Welcome everyone to Jimmy John's Field for some doubleheader action here today. It's the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths and the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers in downtown Utica, Michigan. Jeremy Otto alongside Jason Ross Jr. to bring you the call here today. So glad you could tune in for the first of two here on the USPBL network. We weren't really sure what to expect heading out yesterday. The forecast when we left last night looked really bleak for today, but things have cleared a bit. Some thunderstorms in the area. Hopefully they're going to stay away from Macomb County and the surrounding area, but for now we look pretty good, at least for game one and probably most, if not all, of game two.
Yeah, Jeremy's sun's peeking out a little bit again on the concourse today, so a little different, but equally as fun. Again, as Jeremy noted, West Side versus East Side today, and on the, West Side versus Birmingham today. On the west side of things, when you examine the pitching matchup, we'll have right-hander Jackson Hicks, who Jeremy has quickly emerged as one of the cooler stories in the USPBL. Met him a couple of days ago and flat out one of the nicer people you will ever chat with, chasing down his goals. Spoke to one of his teammates, Spencer McGee, who told me that Jackson is just flat out a mountain of a man, how he described him. He's a competitor on the mound, noted one of the nicer guys you'll chat with, but an absolute competitor on the mound that features the four-seam, the splitter, and then the slider in his mix as well. So he's been efficient so far. Has allowed 2 earned runs or fewer in 3 out of his first 4 starts now. A guy who has kept hitters off balance, thrown first pitch strikes 60% of the time, so working ahead in counts more often than not. And then when you flip over to the Beavers, another guy who is a mountain of a person, both physically and figuratively speaking. 6'8", AJ Coleman, right-hander, who has also been very good so far, kind of doubles as almost a pitching coach at times. You see him coming out of the dugout to mentally assist guys when they're having problems, whatever it may be, but also his work on the mound himself has been very good. Features the 2-seam, the curve, and the changeup. Spoke with Willie Martin in player development about establishing pitches early. It's not just establishing the fastball early, it's about establishing your best pitch early. And so far for Coleman, the curveball in particular has been a very effective breaking ball no matter the count. So I'd like to see AJ establish that pitch early on when it comes to his pitch mix today, getting things rolling. Another guy who has been efficient, fresh off his lengthiest start of the year on June 18th against Eastside. That lasted 6 innings, qualified as a quality start. Only 3 hits off him on that day, so we'll see if he can back that up today against a red-hot Westside team.
Yeah, no doubt. And red hot is what they wanted to be at the beginning of the season. This is a Westside team that kind of struggled out of the gate, really in back-to-back years in the first few years of their existence here in the USPBL. But this year they're starting pretty well, considering what they've done in the last couple weeks here, and given what this can be. Obviously, you can have good stretches, you can have bad stretches. You're playing the same teams kind of over and over again. There's only 3 other competitors to face, but at the same time, we see some new faces coming in around the league as well, which can make it maybe refreshing, I guess, for some of these pitchers because, yeah, they haven't seen each other before in a way.
No, that's true, Jeremy. The matchups in this league are interesting with only 4 teams, as you noted. I think I harken back to opening day when we talked to guys about, as the season goes on, is it trusting your stuff or playing to the opponent's tendencies as a pitcher or as a hitter? And it's mostly about trusting your instincts, having confidence in your stuff. That's obviously key today for the 2 pitchers, Jackson Hicks and AJ Coleman. But when you think about from a hitter's perspective right now on the Woolly Mammoth side, it's Lamar Briggs, and it doesn't matter what pitcher he's facing. He is having success at the moment. Had 2 homers in the last West Side game. Again, this is a team riding a 4-game winning streak. The home runs for Briggs stood out because he didn't have a single home run in 2020 through 19 games, but in the offseason really worked on his lower half. Spoke to one of his teammates, Trey Bigford, who talked about how much work those 2 have been putting in together, in particular on that lower half. I point that out because it's where the power comes from for a guy in the batter's box, and for Lamar Briggs, that was on display a couple of days ago. An absolute laser off his bat to left field. That was one of the homers, and had a 2-run blast as well that put Westside ahead a couple of days ago and gave them a lead that they did not surrender, harkening back to a couple of days ago in that 9-run performance. So we'll see if they can continue that today and extend this winning streak to potentially 5, and a big game for them trying to catch Utica.
And Lamar Briggs is a guy, he's never lacked confidence, not in a good way. He's a great guy to talk to, good personality on the field as well. But just those subtle tweaks is what has made him a really good hitter. But not only is he going to get home runs, he's going to hit a lot of line drives. That line drive rate, you'll see it continue to climb if he's on his best. But another hitter to watch, maybe to get out of here and move on.
Yep, certainly. I think cherry on top the other day, Jeremy, was the fact that his mom was tuning in. So that was definitely a cool day for the Briggs family, and hoping to see if he can continue that today.
Him and Drew Galassi, certainly two of the prospects to watch on the hitting side as things go forward as well. Now time to take a peek at your starting lineups for today's Game 1, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. First, for the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths here today, it's Trent Bauer who leads things off and plays left field. Lamar Briggs bats second and plays center. Nick Caruso, a newcomer, we'll talk about him more as the game progresses, will be smack dab in the 3-hole for Taylor Jellikowski and Dom Dombrowski here tonight. The co-manager of the Mammoths, Jalen Smith and Logan Herring, will hit after him to represent the heart of this order. Adrian Guzman bats 6 once again and plays short. Trevor McKinley in the 7-hole and playing right field. Spencer McGee DHing. Norberto Navarro rounding things out at second base, as well as they will face A.J. Coleman on the other end. For the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, their lineup also brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Keyshawn Lynch leading things off for Ed Campanella here today in Game 1. He plays short. Ron Williams Jr. bats second and plays third. Travis McFarland, the powerful first baseman, will bat third once again. Christian LeBoy in the cleanup spot, the right fielder. Roy Verdejo batting fifth and playing left. It's Celaya, Mercedes, and Rutledge after him, and Austin Shoemaker rounding it out as they face Jackson Hicks on the other end. And just, a knee-jerk reaction, just kind of looking and reading at that Mammoths lineup, it just feels even more deeper and even more powerful, doesn't it, with the new additions?
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see what those bats add to a lineup that has been hitting of late. As we noted, 9 runs last time out. Really through the middle innings of that last game were very explosive. Multiple guys getting involved, up and down. Depth at the bottom third of the order as well, which is very key. So we'll see if they can continue that to back up a very good arm in Jackson Hicks. And one more note I'd like to point out is the fact that the bullpen has been superb. So if Hicks can get to, in today's 6-inning game, if he can reach 4 or 5 innings, you maybe just bring one closer and potentially to wrap things up. So we'll see how that plays out.
You ready for 2?
Oh yeah.
Let's play 2 after this right here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. Jeremy Idle back alongside Jason Ross Jr. to bring you the call here today. Here's our fine sponsors for tonight's doubleheader. Ascension, Balfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, AAA, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Valpak, and UWM. We thank all those fine partners for what they do for Jimmy John's Field and the United Shore Professional Baseball League. Getting ready for another blustery day here today. That wind and flag, as you see it ripping out towards the Clinton River, which has got to be what? And we're not exaggerating, 1 to 2, maybe even 3 feet higher than when we entered the ballpark yesterday.
Yeah, it added a little on to its vertical height yesterday. Walking by, it was certainly a little different over there. You don't want to go for a swim today. Hopefully we won't have to, given that things appear to be a little clearer right now. Maybe it'll stay this way. But, yeah, Jeremy, as you noted, it was definitely a little deeper. Well, I don't know if we'll have a ball hit over there today. It's an interesting matchup that we have here between the Beavers and the Mammoths. Beavers have been, so far this season, the team that has struggled the most offensively, highest strikeout numbers, lowest batting average, and on the west side of things, they have been, of late, one of the hotter teams offensively, fresh off a 9-3 win over Eastside, hoping to continue what is currently a 3-game winning streak, and we'll see how this one plays out. One team trying to continue success, one team trying to snap a skid.
A.J. Coleman marching out to the mound. He will take the baseball when we get back on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
About the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Time to take a look at our pitcher comparison, brought to you by Ascension, as always, here on the USPBL Network. A.J. Coleman on the heart of your screen right there. He's about to deliver the first pitch of tonight's ball game, and he will face Jackson Hicks here today. Two guys that like to work fairly quickly when they're on their not high horse, but on their their good game.
Yeah, for A.J. Coleman, he's been fun to watch so far. First start since June 18th. That was his last outing, which was the lengthiest start of the season for him. 6 innings against Eastside. Ended up as a quality start. Only 3 hits off him on that day throughout the course of 89 pitches. 2 seam curve changeup mix for Coleman. On the side of Jackson Hicks, again, as you noted, Jeremy, a guy who works quickly and rhythmatically, We talked about in the open, four-seam curve splitter mix for Hicks. So it'll be interesting to see those two go head-to-head. Just chatting with a couple of guys in the analytics room. They were saying this could be a relatively quick game today with these two guys on the mound. Two of the best in the business so far.
A.J. Coleman will face Trent Bauer, Lamar Briggs, and Nick Caruso, your Zach Hart agency three-men due-up here in the first inning. First of two games scheduled for today. Both will be six-inning contests. 83 degrees and sticky, I guess you would describe it here at game time. There are a number of severe weather watches in the area, but we're hopeful, just kind of looking at the radar and looking by the hour by hour, that we can get by. But the thing about this weather is you never really know. Just because it is so hot and humid, that's where those pop-up thunderstorms kind of strike. And that's not what we saw yesterday, really, because it was more just a straight, big green glob over the state, and didn't really have to deal with the red and the yellows of the radar. But that's something that we'll be looking at as the game goes on here today. Trent Bauer leading off again for Taylor Jellikowski and John Dombrowski's team. 5 for 18 to start the year, as he sends a little pop fly to left for Deho. Ooh, leaping to make that catch for the first out here in the first inning.
Did a nice job to square around once he got back. Had to maybe go a little further than he initially anticipated with that ball carrying to left field. Wind was howling earlier, Jeremy. We talked about that, especially kind of the right center. But that flag blowing now more towards left. So we'll see how balls play in the outfield today.
Lamar Briggs steps to the plate here. And we mentioned it in the pregame show. I mean, you look up and down this lineup. When you have Spencer McGee as your designated hitter, who's driven in 6 runs so far this year in the 8-hole, this lineup is shaping together as a pretty powerful one, as one that you're going to look out for maybe one of the better offenses in the league if this group sticks together. But this is one guy who I guess is a bit in question if he will stay, just based off what he's been doing.
Yeah,
in a good way.
Oh, yeah, certainly positively. Batting .320. Entering today, added 2 homers onto his total the other day, has now 3 on the season.
1-2 outside, the 87-mile-an-hour fastball.
Worked a lot of good counts, but came up swinging aggressively the other day, and it paid dividends. 2 blasts to left, one a 2-run homer, the other a solo shot. That first 2-run homer gave Westside a 3-2 lead against Eastside the other day, and they didn't surrender it.
2-2, flubbed it just past Mercedes and Lynch into center.
Picking up right where he left off. I mean, just kind of fisted that one out to shallow center field. Not necessarily, doesn't have to always be the homer over the left field fence. Sometimes it's getting on base. We saw him do that as well the other day. Brought home a run with the runners on base. And now today he's the first one to get on base, picking up again where he left off. Sets up a new name in the lineup, Jeremy.
Nick Caruso, guy locally coming back to the area, graduate of Warren D. LaSalle. Most recently played in the Horizon League at Youngstown State. Mercedes gets this chopper for the second out. Let's check the rest of the defense behind A.J. Coleman here today, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Roy Verdejo in left, Elijah Salaya in center, Christian LeBoy's in right, Ron Williams Jr. and Travis McFarland on the corners here today. Nathan Mercedes and Keyshawn Lynch make up your double play combination, with Austin Shoemaker completing the battery. He's caught A.J. Coleman in every start so far this year, all 4 of them. A.J. reaching for his longest outing last week Friday. This one sparks in for strike 1. And his starts have been a bit sporadic in terms of days apart, and that started kind of after his first 2 and saying, look, I don't want to keep facing the Unicorns over and over again. I faced them 6 to 7 times last year, and Ed Campanella certainly respected that. There's a curveball at 73 that's by him. And then it became, hey, I faced the Hoppers twice, I'm sure. And that's why he's facing the Mammoths here today on a Saturday when his last start was Friday. Not uncommon to see starts 1 week fully apart, though, with how this league is made up. Williams Jr. with a quick toss over to first base, and that will be the third out here of the first inning. Nothing becomes of the one-out single by Lamar Briggs, and a good inning for A.J. Coleman, Jason.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jeremy, that last at-bat was interesting to me. You saw Smith kind of crowding the plate a little bit, which can make you susceptible to the inside pitch. Got to it, but a weak ground ball contact, which is what you want to see. Nice efficient out, and a good start there for Coleman, as you noted, Jeremy.
Time for your sweetheart of the game, presented by Thrifty Florists. There she is right there. Nice gift from JJ. Sweetheart of the game, always brought to you by Thrifty Florist here in the ballpark and on the USPBL network. Also time for your Freaky Fast Facts, presented by Jimmy John's here today. See what we got. Looks like we'll piece those together a little bit later in the broadcast. Now we're going to piece them right off the scoreboard, actually. Neil Peart, drummer from Rush, is rightly regarded as one of the greatest rock drummers in history. Led Zeppelin came up with the title for Black Dog after a gigantic black dog walked into their studio. Your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Facts here today. Another classic rock night in the ballpark. Jackson Hicks toes the slab as he faces Keyshawn Lynch, Ron Williams Jr., and Travis McFarland. Your Zach Hart Agency three-men due-up. You're in the bottom of the first inning of game number 1. So taking a peek at that radar, it's quite the line coming towards us, but right now, even you get 8, 9 o'clock, it's kind of moving above us. And again, anything can kind of happen with the weather that we're receiving, but we're hopeful that that becomes the case. It's a much better outlook than we had yesterday around this time. We walked in the ballpark and it was raining and raining and raining and raining. And we walked out, and the same was the case. And, you know, we had a heck of a time just, I don't know, just getting ready for today because of all the soaked items that we had. This one popped up. Keyshawn Lynch lifts it foul. I know my shoes were soaked.
Oh, yeah, the shoes went in the dryer last night. The anticipation for today has been building up for a while now. We're a little more dry. I think it felt like I went for a swim when I got in the car.
0-1 inside. Here's a new one. I think I told you this before the game and some other people, but I threw the shoes in the dryer, not the first time I've ever done it, maybe the first time on this particular machine. Here's a 1-1 from Hicks, pulled back in by Caruso. And I sneak back in because I don't hear the banging, you know, that happens when you put such a clunky item in the dryer, right? Here comes Hicks with the 1-2. Nice line shot off a 91-mile-an-hour fastball into center field by Keyshawn Lynch, off the bat at 99. But anyway, I peek in, and I see there's one shoe peeking out as the door is open. And I'm like, ask my wife, did you stop the dryer and, you know, keep the shoe like that? And she's like, I don't think so. And I'm like, well, I didn't do it. And then I, you know, started up again. And then I look in, and the shoe's on the floor. So literally, it was making the lid pop, and the shoe was on the ground several times. I mean, this I had to put it in there 3-4 times before I got a consistent 20 minutes worth of drying action on the shoes. So if you've ever had that happen, let us know, as that hits the shoe tops of Ron Williams Jr. himself as he heads to first base here.
We'll take all the tips we can get.
My laptop, my scorebook, they all got a little wet. My notebooks were nearly trashed.
Yeah, we got underneath the umbrella and made a run for it. I want to know what our 40 time was there.
There was too many people
That's
around.
true.
You know, it was
stop and start traffic. That's okay.
And it came to the point where I couldn't see because the glasses were then covered. Crazy. Enough of our sob story. First and second with no outs here in the bottom of the first, and a big swing by Travis McFarland. Talked to Willie Martin, mostly Jason did here in the press box before the game here today. Was talking about some tweaks that he made with Travis. Ed Campanella has made a few as well since he got to the USPBL.
Yeah, a guy who really makes solid contact when he does. Batting .333, so he's been consistent.
0-1 high.
But just a few tweaks and whatnot. Didn't dive too much into the technicalities of those tweaks, but already up in a position here to potentially capitalize with runners on first and second. Nobody out. Jackson Hicks hasn't been in this scenario a lot so far.
1-1 rising fastball that kind of ran into the hands of McFarland there.
That's some good elevated velocity there. You look at the majors nowadays, and more swings and misses on those elevated fastballs. Hicks has been cranking it up consistently, 91, 92 on that fastball.
Here's the 1-2. That one at 92 up high. So certainly it hasn't been early struggles, as Jason kind of alluded to. It ships in a little bit later in the start, maybe his last inning and the last two, where he's ran into a few bumps. 4 earned runs 2 starts ago, 2 earned runs in his last start. Has thrown 89 and 92 pitches consecutively in his last 2, and that was after 2 outings in a row to begin his professional career of shutout baseball. 10 innings in total.
Had that well-deserved pitcher of the week. 3 out of his first 4 starts so far, 2 earned runs or less.
2-2 broke his bat. Boy, battle with the fastball, mostly high. That one a bit inside, and McFarland now has to find some new lumber here.
Aggressive hitters, we'll see if they can find contact on that high fastball that is on the barrel of the bat. It's definitely something you don't really want to see as a hitter, and that ball rising up on you.
A lot of spin. I mean, he's reaching nearly low-end curveball type spin numbers on that fastball, 2,300. And without the sticky stuff, probably around 2,100 on a fastball is the major league average. 2-2, swing and a miss. This one down to second base. And Navarro doesn't quite know where it is. Doesn't matter, though, as it stays in front. And McFarland is ruled out at the plate. And Ed Campanella is beside himself. Did he say interfered there with Caruso behind the dish?
Not entirely sure here what Campanella doesn't agree with. Okay.
And that was the case, as Johnny G, the public address announcer, confirms that. So, interference, batter's interference.
Yeah, the other day we saw catcher's interference, flip the script around. Helps out Jackson Hicks a bit. No longer a runner in scoring position, and 2 outs here.
Fastball into Christian the Boy for strike 1.
Hicks, so far this year, 60% first pitch strike rate, so we'll see if he can continue that theme today. That's helped him out with getting deep in outings.
High, running down to second base, not quite in time.
So far in the USPBL this year, Jeremy, now that's 40 out of 41 bases successfully stolen.
Crazy, huh?
I know. controlling the running game is easier said than done, but certainly a part of the pitcher's job and something that can make a difference.
One and two on LeBoy. Ray Verdejo, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here. Swing and a miss. Took something off at the top of the zone. And Jackson Hicks able to wiggle out of the mini jam here in the first inning. Still 0-0 on the USPBL network.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, I mean free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Jeremy and Jason back with you here from Jimmy John's Field. A.J. Coleman out for his second inning of work here. He'll face Logan Herring, Adrian Guzman, and Trevor McKinley. Pretty good first inning for A.J., just a one-out single by Lamar Briggs. After that, he got 2 straight groundouts. It was one by Caruso, one by Jalen Smith. And that was able to end the many threats against Coleman in the first. Looking to piece together what could be a third straight good start. Gave up 3 runs in his last, walked none, and struck out 3. He's done a really good job of tapering those walks off after the first start where he gave up 3 and struck out 4. But now combined in his last 3 starts, just 1 walk. That was in the second start of the year against the Unicorns. Big swing by Herring as he misses, 0-1. 1 for 4 in his USPBL debut the other day. Plated a couple runs in that at-bat. Curveball at 73.
Looks good early in a piece of this Westside lineup that had some success the other day. Interesting story. Herring was just a few weeks ago playing in the NAIA World Series with Central Methodist. Got the call to come here.
0-2 away. Has to be so much of a whirlwind. And obviously a lot of these guys know that this opportunity might be there. Maybe they're not focusing on it too much and just letting it happen after their college season is over. As this one whittled to Lynch for the first out quickly here in the second. But when you think about it, your peak of your senior season coming to a close and you're making that long run to an NAIA World Series, got to be a special moment in and itself. And then you flip that around maybe just a couple weeks later, a week later for some of these guys, and all of a sudden you're playing professional baseball. But in a way, maybe it's better because you have less time to think about it, I guess. Nerves maybe don't set in as much, at least ones that build.
You'd have to imagine the magic, too, of making a trip to the NAIA World Series. And then he was contemplating whether or not to continue playing baseball. But
over to Lynch again. And just nipped him over there as Guzman made it interesting. 2 up and 2 down. That's 4 straight ground outs for AJ.
Coleman likes to study Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, another guy who kind of lives down in the zone, draws a lot of ground ball outs. As you noted there, Jeremy, 4 consecutive ground ball outs at Coleman's best. That's what you love to see out of him. Strikeout numbers are good, but the efficiency of the ground ball out can get him deep.
Ground ball percentage of 37%, and that's pretty significant. Certainly the highest on the Beavers by nearly a whole 10%. Malik Barrington, the one just below him at 27. Here's the 1-1. McKinley looks at the curveball away. That one a bit harder, which is one you'll see earlier in the count from AJ. Likes to snap off more of that traditional curveball late in the count. 2 grips that he worked on heading into this year. 2-1 right back at him, and I think it just skipped over the glove. Didn't look like it hit Coleman there.
Yeah, he'll probably want to have that one back, but it was more difficult, obviously, than it looks. However, on nearly another ground ball out there, but for the second consecutive inning, he'll try to work around a single. Difficult spot to do, though, against Spencer McGee here, a guy who, at his best, could have a lot of potential. Did well at Indiana Tech. Different spot in the order today, though, down in the bottom third.
Ooh, Coleman thought he bit Trevor McKinley over there. Just sliding under the tag is Trevor McKinley. Yeah, when you get lower in the order as a pitcher, sometimes you think, oh, maybe sigh of relief in terms of the power and what some of these guys can offer, but that's not the case. Here with Spencer McGee, driven in 6 runs, already hit 1 home run. In terms of where you want to hit it today, more so left center field according to the wind, so not as friendly for lefties, at least to begin things. Another close play over there, and diving back is McKinley.
McGee as a switch hitter has legit power from both sides. You see him here batting as a lefty against the right-hander.
Fastball away, one of the better ones we've seen today from AJ at 88. Both Coleman and Hicks get some good spin on their respective fastballs. It's a lot of what makes certainly AJ successful. Hicks running up that fastball a little bit hotter, as this one is grounded foul. McKinley was putting on the wheels. So 2 guys attractive maybe at the next level for 2 different reasons. Hicks, who's already gotten some eyebrows raised at the next level we've heard behind the scenes. Coleman certainly with his frame and the movement on his pitches, kind of tightening up that curveball this offseason.
It's definitely a tasty pitching matchup today, Jeremy. I mean, when you examine the story of Jackson Nix alone, starting out at University of North Carolina Chapel Hill, but playing for their club baseball team, and he was the president there. When you chat with him, you feel his passion for the game, you feel his passion for pitching, and it's cool to see that pay dividends and the success he's already having early in this.
Curveball in for strike 3. AJ gets McGee looking on the outside corner for his first strikeout of the night. Just 2 singles given up so far from Coleman here in the first and second, both stranded with ease so far.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Jackson Hicks back out there for his second inning of work. Kind of an odd first because we saw the first two men reach. It was Keyshawn Lynch and Ron Williams Jr. on a single and a hit by pitch. Then a fairly lengthy battle. McFarland doing a nice job battling off some high 91, 92 mile an hour heaters from Hicks. And then he struck out and was also ruled a batter's interference in that first, which put 2 outs on the board quickly. Keyshawn was able to, or Ron Williams Jr. was able to swipe second base in the end. Oy, oy. That hit the helmet of Roy Verdejo. Good to see him hop right up, though, and head to first. Fastball at 89, right in the dome.
Get to see that protection, but yeah, he pops right over to first. Again here, though, we did kind of tie the narrative of that. Runner on base with nobody out. Second consecutive frame for Hicks that we've seen that. But he worked out of it well. And that first time around, been very composed when he has been in those scenarios.
Here's the 0-1 to Celaya, fastball high. So we already talked about the arsenal for Hicks. It's a 4-seam fastball, a splitter, and a curveball. 61% fastball to this point as he gets Celaya swinging, 1-2. Splitter has some promise, though. Pitching staff likes that here as well. Throws that 25% of the time. And the curveball mixed in every now and again.
I believe I accidentally said slider in the pregame. The splitter, in addition to the curve and the fastball, very effective for Hicks. That pitch in tandem, the splitter in tandem with the fastball, can be a lethal combination when used correctly, and the splitter can be a good 2-strike pitch as well. Bottom just kind of falls out of that pitch. Fun to watch when guys execute it.
And for Hicks, in terms of velocity, it acts as a changeup as well. 81 on average, 84 the high end with his fastball topping out at 92, averaging at 90. So right around where you want it to be if that's going to be your second most used pitch. The 2-0. Swinging a tap foul. And certainly if Jackson does get the calling card to the next level, whether that might be a slightly higher independent league and or a minor league organization affiliated with Major League Baseball, I'm sure you're going to have to see him start to mix in that third pitch a bit more. But here, if you had 2 solid pitches or even a consistent 91, 92 mile an hour fastball, you're going to be pretty successful just based off that, as long as you can locate.
Establishing your best pitch early is kind of the mentality here.
2-2 away. There's the splitter at 82.
Yeah, took it down there after the elevated velocity on the previous pitch, which has given him success so far. Full count here with Mercedes, a guy who they really like defensively, finding a groove offensively.
Golfing that into left as Verdejo was in motion as well. Now first and second with 1 out here in the second.
Right on cue, found a nice groove offensively. Kept his bat in playing with that pitch. Nice line drive contact into left.
Rutledge still struggling to get it going in the hit column, just 3 for 23 to start the year, but He's reached base a good amount on the walks, 5 walks to 9 strikeouts. Ooh, that one was nasty, the first pitch splitter. 0-1 on Collier Rutledge here. Slice the opposite way. Trevor McKinley picks that up for the second out here. And now Austin Shoemaker will come to the dish. Now Austin Shoemaker, battery mate here today in game 1 for A.J. Coleman. Tyler Blom, a newcomer, traded over to the USPBL from the Frontier League, will catch game 2. Excited to see what he has to offer. Contract of Keon Taylor was sent to the Frontier League in exchange for him. Here's a line drive to center, and that will be squeezed for the third out here in the second inning. Nothing becomes of the hit by pitch and the single. Still scoreless on the USPBL network.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth, and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth.
Jeremy and Jason back with you here from the ballpark. Getting ready for the top of inning number 3. A.J. Coleman here today. Pretty good. Just a pair of sharp singles. One by Lamar Briggs in the first. One as well by Trevor McKinley in the second. Has used the ground balls. Like we've talked about coming into this game, 37% ground balls off the arm of A.J. Got his first strikeout looking in the second, continuing that streak of not walking guys, with none so far here in 2 innings of work. And that's a big thing for A.J. At times when he struggled last year, walks were an issue. His timing was an issue too in terms of how he was releasing the ball, whether he was a bit too early, but common for a guy that's 6'7" to have those timing issues. I mean, we hear it all the time from Shane McCaddy and Justin Orenduff, who work with the pitchers here at the USPBL. That's kind of the number one thing that can lead to a lot of issues. I mean, potentially lead to injuries. That wasn't really the case for A.J., but lost velocity, control and command. It's funny how one little tweak can make a huge difference.
Oh yeah, no, that's
change your DVS score as well.
Exactly. It's neat to watch in this league how the slight adjustments when you talk to guys, that what you said there, the sentiments are kind of echoed of the DVS score. If it changes with one tweak or not, it's the command that can also come along with that, the velocity, and perhaps most importantly, the injuries can either go away or, depending on what the motion is, the delivery, the mechanics. We had a conversation with a guy the other day about mechanics and delivery and how much of a role, I guess, the studying of other pitchers plays into that versus what it doesn't.
First pitch to Norberto Navarro is fouled off. The fastball at 86. 9-1-2 up for the Mammoths here in the third inning. Brought to you by Zach Hart Agency, Navarro, Bauer, Briggs. Briggs in that group has the lone hits. What a violent whipping wind going on right now to left center field from both the pennants and the American flag. One, little shallow pop-up for the first out.
And something else AJ and I have talked about, in addition to staying down in the zone, which can draw the ground ball outs that we've seen, is also, as we've seen Jackson Nix do so far, go kind of up in the zone with the elevated velocity and changing eye levels in and out, up and down is kind of what you hear nowadays. So stay away from the barrel of the bat. You do that, you draw weak contact, whether it's in the air or on the ground.
Here's Trent Bauer for the second time here today. Loops that one fouled on the first base line. We want to remind everybody you can also follow us and join us on these broadcasts on Twitch now. Trying to build up our followership there as well. YouTube, Facebook, the other two avenues for the USPBL network. 88-mile-an-hour fastball as Bauer reached out on that one and poked it back to the screen.
Twitch has become kind of a more and more attractive platform for broadcasting over the past couple of years, so good to see the USPBL expanding, as it always seemingly is.
0-2 away. I'm still learning about Twitch.
Yeah. Are you a gamer?
I'm not really, no.
Yeah, it's...
Are you?
Not as much as I used to be, no.
Certainly can take up a lot of time, can it?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 1-2. Popped him up. This one into shallow center field. Salaya in for the second out. But you can even get scholarships to college for now. So you can't really say, hey, kids, you can't play the video games anymore, right?
Now parents are maybe saying, go ahead and play the video games. It's it can be productive in that sense. So a lot of schools adding on esports.
Yeah,
to
one of the fastest growing athletic programs, it seems.
Exactly. Second time up here for Lamar Briggs. Lone hit off Coleman so far.
It's kind of wild. You're seeing esport teams of other real teams. And the real world, I know the NBA had each of their own teams. I'm not sure if they're still doing that or not. But
MLB The Show is definitely a prominent game in the baseball culture.
1-0 curveball nearly nipped the jersey there of Lamar. 2-0. One of the better curveballs in terms of the spin so far here today from AJ. Briggs with that single back in the first inning, 8 for 25 to start his second year as a Westside Woolly Mammoth. A lazy pop-up. That one might just fall. It will. Out of the outstretched glove of Elijah Salaya in center field. Good efforts. That's the third hit in total against A.J. Coleman.
Briggs just keeps swinging the bat. I mean, that time showcasing the plate coverage and the extension, kind of reaching out and delivering a little flare into center that gives Salaya a long run and ends up dropping. Look at him again on base.
Gives Nick Caruso his second shot. Newcomer from Youngstown State. Showed a bit of extra base power in the Horizon League. Taylor Jellikowski able to locate him and pick him up. Here's the 0-1. Curveball outside at 73.
Spoken to a couple of pitchers about pitch sequencing and getting the narrative back to me that it tends to change with each and every batter you face. So it's interesting to see some of the new names in the lineup and how maybe pitchers start to scout them.
Fastball outside at 87. 2-1 on Caruso. Jalen Smith would be next. Your Zach Hart agency man on deck. 0 for 1 today is Smith with a ground ball. It's been more of the pop out in this inning. Coleman could have been out of it 1-2-3 if it found the glove of Celaya in center. First of 2 on the USPBL network. These two teams matching up again about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. What a great job by the Scots grounds crew here today. I was kind of marveled to see how much progress they had made when I first walked in the ballpark today. The lines were puddled last night. Foul territory, that is. 2-2 gonna find its way foul, just barely.
We would be remiss if we didn't mention the work of the Scots ground crew today, Jeremy. I mean, they did an awesome job. We're out working far earlier than we got here, and we're still working when I got to the ballpark. But kudos to the grounds crew. They always do a fantastic job, and definitely had to bring their A game with the weather yesterday. But it cleaned up nicely, and the field looks good for 2.
If there's anybody praying against rain, they're certainly probably on top of that list.
Yes.
They don't want to deal with that again. It's never easy to try to put that tarp out there when it's pouring. Trying to save as much field as you can right away. Here's the 2-2. Line just fair down the right field line. Lamar Briggs around second base already. He's being held at third base. A wild long turn. Aggressive there by Lamar. Can't fault him, though, as the ball came in fairly late. Now that puts runners in first and third here with 2 outs.
And not too many extra base hits off Coleman so far this year, but Caruso's first in the USPBL goes the opposite way. And the speed of Briggs going from first to third on display, so potentially a little 2-out rally here for the Woolly Mammoths getting underway. They've done a lot of damage with 2 outs during this nice stretch of late.
First professional hit for Nick Caruso. Now Jalen Smith will come to the plate. Got to live to be a righty today.
Oh, yeah.
17-mile-an-hour wind. I think it's more than that, though. That pole literally moving along with the flag. All the leaves on those trees. Here it comes to left field. Verdejo watches it fly into the jet stream and gone.
2-out damage once again for this red-hot Woolly Mammoths team. Jalen Smith, one of the more aggressive hitters in the USPBL, took the first pitch over the fence that time. When Smith swings, he makes contact, whether that's a contact out, but when he makes hard contact, it's typically going pretty deep, and that time it did.
325 feet over the wall in left center field. Wasn't exactly a no-doubter, but pop-ups to the warning track can certainly carry out here today. First pitch to Logan Herring. Swing and a miss on the fastball.
Man, you said it, Jeremy, in the booth before the game. This Woolly Mammoths lineup is pretty fun to watch. Electrifying the crowd there.
Chopping it on the ground to McFarland. It's actually Mercedes at second base who takes it. McFarland covers, and that is the 3rd out here in the 3rd inning. Single, double, and then the 3-run home run by Jalen Smith, his first of the year. That was your 5th third out of the game, brought to you by Fifth Third Bank. Now time to take a look at JJ the Water Boy here today, presented by Michigan First Credit Union. There he is. The water. I feel like it's a broken record, but every game it's important these days, right? The hot, muggy weather. We started kind of our USPBL season with high 80s. We're doing 81 today, but as muggy as you can get, probably as humid as you can get without rain falling. Your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot, is underway here. Buzz going against Hunter here. And, oh boy, loses the third base bag there, and Buzz is trying to throw it here, and yes, just able to touch home plate there with the hand. How about it? Remind you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube in the chat section. Daniel Parker, John Willis, Terry King, Sandra Masaryk all doing that here today as well.
I know Lamar Briggs' mom was tuning in the other day. 2 for 2 day for her son so far, and crossed home plate.
Jackson Hicks out for his third inning of work. Traffic on the base pass in both innings, but in one way and the next, he's able to work out of it. Got a little help from Travis McFarland for the second out in the first off the batter's interference. But in the second, a hit by pitch to Roy Verdejo. He ended up on second base after the single with one out by Nafi Mercedes. Was able to get 2 more contact outs after that fly-out line-out. Was able to keep this game 0-0. Jalen Smith, the big splash so far with a 3-run homer. McKinley coming in on this one as Norberto Navarro comes back as well for the first out here in the third.
And now this is Hicks's shutdown inning, trying to close the door and back up what his offense just did. Started cooking a little bit there with 2 outs, and Jackson Hicks looks confident. Definitely more confident now that you have 3 runs of insurance with which to work.
And as always, he's set and ready to go.
I was just going to say, you can just see he's like, let's speed it up a little bit, Ron.
Both pitchers certainly taking that mentality when they're at their best. Chop to Navarro for the second straight out in a bit of different fashion there.
Did a nice job to jam him up. Led to a little weak contact to the right side of the infield.
And Travis McFarland with the last shot here in the third. McFarland struck out back in the first and also was recording that second out because of the interference on the batter. I often don't see that, but batter's interference and catcher's interference in the span of just 2 weeks. Here's the 0-1. Popped it up. Hicks calling for you. Often don't see that from a pitcher, but the only time you see it is when they're very exuberant about it and they're direct to the baseball. So 1-2-3 breeze of an inning for Jackson Hicks. A lot of soft contact here today despite the big fly by Jalen Smith, which has made the difference in this game. 3-0. Woolly Mammoths.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big name. Names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Bank, we're working hard to make banking a fifth third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7%.
Bel Air out to a easy victory here today in your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers mascot race. It ends a bit earlier than it has in the past. Kind of the third base bag is the end point, starting in the left field gate. Well, you can win a $250 Visa gift card and 4 tickets to the USPBL Championship game in September by texting Chevy Detroit to 555-888. Again, that's Chevy Detroit to 555-888. You can visit ChevyDetroit.com/USPBL for all the official rules of that contest. Little t-shirt toss here at the ballpark here today as A.J. Coleman looks for a lockdown inning here in the 4th. And Jason, in a 6-inning game, it's not unfathomable to think that both of these starting pitchers could potentially go the whole game. I guess Hicks is probably the more likely candidate for that at this point. But the bullpens are available. Both of these two teams have played once this week. So at some point, obviously, as weird as it sounds, I guess you probably don't want both pitchers to go 6 innings in these 2 games here today because you want to get some work to those other guys with the limited amount of games you have in a week and available to you as a manager. But if you're going to pick a game, game 1 is always a good time to do that, I think.
Yeah, it feels like both guys are in a race to the finish right now. I had to look up and really, oh yeah, we're in the 4th inning already.
And it's 3-0. It doesn't really feel like 3-0, does it? That home run by Jalen Smith into the jet stream.
Yeah, all 3 runs have come with 2 outs as well so far.
There is no action in either bullpen right now. Somebody's standing in the Beavers bullpen. Not sure you can count that. Lynch, not often you see him bobble the baseball, but a leadoff error most likely here in the 4th.
Yeah, just couldn't stab it there on the backhand, and Guzman reaches by way of that error. Lynch has been pretty busy so far on the left side of the infield. Again, a ground ball pitcher on the mound, so the guys behind him, you know you have to be ready, and that's one that Lynch would like to have back in an otherwise pretty stellar day.
Good to see this man collect a single back in the 2nd inning. His 3rd hit of the year. Done a decent job drawing the walks. 5 walks to 6 strikeouts. 86-mile-an-hour fastball outside. '86 to '88, kind of where A.J. Coleman is living right now with that 4-seam fastball. That one at 87. Trevor McKinley able to draw that single off a 2-1 pitch back in the 2nd inning. That home run we talked about for Jalen Smith, who's hitting 4th here today. All that production with 2 outs. 1 out or 2-out single by Briggs. Then the double by Caruso to put runners on 2nd and 3rd. And Jalen Smith putting a pretty good swing on one to left center field. Hot shot grounded to Mercedes, feeds the 2nd in time. To 1st, erases the error to start the 4th.
Nice chemistry around the bag there between the middle infielders for the Beavers. It was a good kind of glove side shovel there to make a nice easy transition to the throw to 1st.
So 1 strikeout thus far for A.J. Coleman. 2 on the other end for Jackson Hicks, but both guys using their defense to their advantage here tonight. And one bounced on Shoemaker. Norberto Navarro, your Zach Hart agency man on deck with 2 outs here in the 4th. A.J. Coleman hoping to make this the quickest inning yet. He's had a few 4-batter innings. The inning with only 3 runs was a 5-batter inning. I think Coleman thought that was potentially a fair ball. Slammed off the leg of McGee as he tries to shake this thing off here. Looks like he took it pretty good.
Did you see the little behind the back flip from Coleman there?
I did not.
It was pretty nifty. If I could see him trying that out if had that ball been a live one.
Just now?
Yeah, it was right before. Well, I was going to watch it. Right before, right after, I should say, that ball was put on the ground.
Catch.
It's kind of a little lazy behind the back flip. And
okay.
He's a fan of different sports. I could see him on the basketball floor at 6'8", and
yeah. Well, we apologize for our technical difficulties across the multiple platforms that we stream on, but we're back. If you missed the last inning for Jackson Hicks, it was a pretty impressive job to get onto the leadoff walk. It was actually a 4-pitch walk to the leadoff man, Christian LeBoy. Got an easy pop out to the shortstop, Adrian Guzman. Really great catch by Norberto Navarro, a guy who's not big in stature, but he climbed that imaginary ladder at second base for the second out, and then the strikeout on one of the better splitters we've seen so far here today from Jackson Hicks to end the threats. And A.J. Coleman trying to piece together another outing here today, out for the 5th inning of work here. Just a 4-batter inning in the 4th. Had the same in the 1st and the 2nd. It's just been the 3rd, and all that production, the 3 runs on the board so far here today for the Mammoths, were produced with 2 outs. Single by Briggs, double by Caruso, and then the home run to left field into the jet stream by Jalen Smith, his first of the year, and doubling his RBI total to 6. Has put this game at what feels a little bit unreachable at this point in the 6-inning game, but we'll see. This Beavers offense still scuffling on a league level, hitting 158 are the Beavers.
And league average is 274 right now, so certainly below that. Not sure if our internet was up or down while I mentioned also highest ground ball percentage, lowest line drive percentage, highest swinging strike percentage. We saw that, the chase of the splitter to wrap up that inning. But like you mentioned, Jackson Hicks certainly thinking his infielders after that.
Oh boy, that's a tough pitch for A.J. Coleman. You hope he's okay. May have slipped on the rubber there as he tries to do some doctoring. Looks like he's fine.
Yeah, a little maintenance.
As a left-handed hitter, when you see all those body parts flying at you and tripping on the rubber, I wonder what that feels like. Didn't really come anywhere near Trent Bauer, but still. Bauer today 0 for 2, a line out and a pop out. 1-0 high and away. The topped out at 88 here today as A.J. Coleman on the fastball. Sawed him off a bit. That one carrying to left center field, though. Salaya all the way to the warning track. My goodness. On a normal day, that's probably just a pop out way in front of the warning track, but you have to look once and twice to make sure it doesn't get out of here all of a sudden.
Yeah, the speed of Celaya certainly came into play there, and now they're going to play relatively deep against Briggs with that wind howling.
Briggs 2 for 2. It's not the least or the most he could do, most damage. You worry about a guy like this when that wind is blowing out at the clip. It has been here today, pretty much the whole game to left center field on quite the streak. 8 for 25 coming in now, 10 for 27 combined. Plated his 10th run of the year as well. Here's the 0-1 away.
Yeah, that's an important first pitch strike to Briggs, and now 1-1, so makes this 1-1 pitch very important. When you think of percentage and expected batting average of a 2-1 count versus a 1-2 count, especially with a guy who's hot like this.
Curveball got him to pop up into the short outfield and in between everybody. The Bermuda Triangle there between Lynch, Celaya, and Verdejo, and it got lost.
Gosh, 3 for 3 now today. Just feeling it in the batter's box, seeing the ball well and hitting to all fields. I mean, Briggs has really found a groove of late. It's you can't look down when he's in the batter's box lately, Jeremy. I mean, the guy is just cruising along now, on base once again. That's been the theme today.
And certainly when you're rolling that hot, you're going to get balls like that to drop.
And Caruso showing he could now be a key part in this middle of the order. He had a hit last time up as well.
First pitch curveball drops in. His first professional hit, a double down the right field line back in the third. Now the 0-1. Harder curveball. That time looked more like a slurve. There for AJ. Outside, 1-1.
Jeremy, interesting kind of fast fact. Looks like it's the Beavers who do actually lead the USPBL in extra base hits.
Popped him up. This one more towards Mercedes, the second baseman for the second out.
However, you have to imagine of late, when they have had hits, they've gotten traffic on the base paths during this stretch that has included the offensive struggles, but capitalizing when they do has been kind of the problem. For the Woolly Mammoths, that has not been an issue of late. That hit from Caruso earlier, by the way, was the 9th double of the season for the Woolly Mammoths.
Big hack
that's
by Jalen Smith.
That's what you get out of Jalen Smith. I was just going to say, this is another guy who had an extra base hit last time he was up.
Looking to send it to oblivion again in left center field.
That's his goal. And that's our word of the day, Jeremy, oblivion, because that's what Jalen Smith does.
Every time Drew Galassi is up, he has a chance to send it to oblivion, doesn't he?
Yes.
Coleman has had a couple close pickoffs. Those were in the first inning, I believe, on Briggs, too, as he dives back in there.
Mentioned the importance of controlling the running game as a pitcher. Coleman's good at that.
0-1, lifting away. Continue to kind of watch the radar here today. And there's a decent, kind of line of storms right in a line this time instead of the big blob we saw yesterday. But as of now, they're predicting that it's going to kind of move away from Utica, just barely. Skipping through Pontiac just to our west. As this one looks away to Jalen Smith, 2-1.
We'll elude it today, hopefully. That can be another word of the day.
The bubble is bubbling back, huh?
We are, another word of the day. We are impervious, Jeremy, to rain, hopefully. Maybe.
2-1, slots the fastball at 87 in for strike 2. His home run was on the first pitch. Trying to do the same here in his AB in the 5th. Went out single, standing over at first. Coleman hoping to strand Lamar Briggs for the third time here tonight. Righty on righty matchup, the 2-2 with the runner moving. Whittled to the shortstop Lynch, going to have to hurry, and Smith stopped running. And what are they saying here? Huh.
Catcher's interference.
Jeez.
Our second of the season.
How about that?
Now runners on first and second after that.
It's not often you see that twice in a season, let alone twice in a couple weeks. But that's what we have here today. Cole Gidley looks like he's grabbed a glove down in the bullpen for the Beavers. There's still no action in the Mammoths pen. They are sending an arm down there just as a in-case scenario, I'm sure. Hicks has looked good through 4 innings, scattering just a couple hits, a walk, a hit by pitch. Nobody has gone past second base against Jackson here tonight. Logan Herrig is 0 for 2, a pair of ground balls for him, both to the middle of the infield. First to the shortstop, second to the second baseman, and his third to the shortstop now for the third out in the 5th. Good job by A.J. Coleman. It's just been that one circling inning here today, the third, where he gave up the 3-run bomb to Smith on the USPBL network. Well, it's mid-5th, which in a 6-inning game means we're singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Jason Ross Jr.
It threw me off a little bit. I turned my mic off for a second, but now I'm back and I'm ready.
Sponsored by Genesis Credit Union. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Your 5th inning stretch brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. Here today, the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Now it's just an hour and 18 minutes into this game, and we're already into the bottom of the 5th inning. Jackson Hicks trying to continue what he's done. A 4-batter inning in the first, a 5-batter inning in the second, 1, 2, 3 in the third, and 4 more batters in the 4th, which has surmised to 2 hits, a hit by pitch, and a walk. But he has not seen a runner past second base here tonight. And what bite to that pitch as he dips one in for strike 1.
This Woolly Mammoths team hoping to extend what is a full 3-game advantage over the Beavers today in the West Division. Over on the East Division, Utica and East Side of the big one tomorrow. Just 2 games separating them.
2-1, again, chopped foul. Yeah, before we know it, we'll be talking about all-star teams.
Yes. 4th of July is next week.
How quick did that come?
That's a 7:30 p.m. start, by the way. Here you can catch some fireworks on 4th of July.
You and Jenna Rose will have the call of that one, right?
Yep. That should be a fun one.
Here's the 3-2 to Rutledge. Curveball in for strike 3.
That'll be this Beavers team versus this Westside team on the 4th of July.
It's the 4th strikeout for Rutledge. So Superhero Day tomorrow, presented by Fairy Tale Entertainment. A lot of fireworks for you next week. We'll start it with the Fireworks Friday, as is tradition, on July 2nd. Then you have 90s Night, presented by our credit union, on July 3rd. And then, of course, your 4th of July fireworks. So that's back-to-back weeks where we're starting on Friday. That's going to be weird.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's back-to-back weeks where we've started on Wednesday.
It's a little too much time off.
What are you going to do?
Oh, that's a challenging thing to think about.
1-1 is, again, looped foul.
There's a lot going on this summer, but it's baseball. I mean, that's what we love. We love being at the ballpark, no matter if it's rainy like yesterday or if it's hopefully staying away from us like today. This is just such a fun atmosphere. Austin Shoemaker will have game 2 off, by the way.
1-2 again, nipped foul. Yeah, we'll see another newcomer.
Yeah, Tyler Blom.
Blom coming over from the Joliet Slammers. One, two in there. Wow, tough location for Austin Shoemaker. That's now 3 straight strikeouts, going back to the 4th here for Jackson Hicks. And now Keyshawn Lynch, the last shots here in the 5th inning. The Slammers in the Frontier League. That was a deal that sent Keon Taylor over to Joliet for Blom. Can of corn. Will it stay in play? It should. Herring sees it drift in the whirling wind above him and still able to adjust and make the catch. What an inning for Jackson Hicks. Strikeout, strikeout, pop out. He's now retired 6 in a row in this one.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
The Priority Health Dancers here today at Jimmy John's Field. Adrian Guzman, Trevor McKinley, Spencer McGee. Your Zach Hart Agency 3 men due up here in the 6th inning against A.J. Coleman. Coleman quietly has put together some shutout innings here today. The only blemish was all with 2 outs. If you're just tuning in, back in the 3rd, Jalen Smith able to plate all 3 runs with a home run to left center field. That's why at 3-0. And Coleman looking for his 2nd complete 6-inning start.
Yeah, hoping to go back-to-back with at least 6 innings pitched. I could see certainly both starters going the distance today.
3 2/3, 5 innings, 5 innings, 6 innings, and possibly 6 innings again here today for AJ.
Yeah, both guys really, Hicks and Coleman, have the ability to get better as starts go on, and we're seeing that with Hicks' 6 consecutive retired batters. And that's what you see out of the best pitchers in the business. They get better as the start goes on. This pitching staff for Westside in general, which might not get too taxed here in Game 1, has been better and better as the game goes on.
And coming into today, we kind of looked at each other and said, hey, yeah, these guys certainly do have a chance for a quick game and a chance to maybe go 6 each. Just tough when your offense is hitting around 150 right now. You know, knowing for Coleman, his margin of error is very slim.
Oh, yeah. Quality starts, but just not much run support. So you're keeping your team in the game when you have a quality start, but you can only control so much.
First pitch curveball in for strike 1 on Guzman. Adrian sent one to his fellow shortstop Lynch back in the 4th inning. Lynch booted it for an error. That's the only time Adrian has reached so far here today. McKinley, the next man up, has a single. So does McGee. Split between 2 at-bats for each of these guys here today. That wind blowing still fairly heartily to left center field. It's a bit more tame than when we saw that home run poked out that way. Gonna test it on a line here. Saleya able to get back to the warning track to make a nice catch for the first down here in the 6th.
Elijah Saleya's made some nice plays in center field today to perhaps maybe a couple of times take away what could be extra bases for the Woolly Mammoths. But yeah, he's been good in center field today. And it's a tough center field to play when the wind is howling like this. But they're playing relatively deep today.
Playing deeper than he normally would, but that's understandable.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter for Elijah. Usually what the conditions are, he'll usually play a pretty shallow center field, but you see all the outfielders a good 4 or 5 steps off the warning track, as you see there. 1-0 right back at AJ. Bobbled it momentarily, a little underhand flip for the second out.
Never question the athleticism of a pitcher, Jeremy. I mean, they have to field their position too and do so off elevation. So it's a nice recovery there for Coleman, and 2 down. This is big here. Spencer McGee had a hit his last time up. Bottom of the order has been potent. Your offense is down to their final 3 outs. This is a big moment in the game.
Spencer McGee with a single back in the 4th inning of play. Takes a big swing at the 88-mile-an-hour fastball. Loop back. Good to see that fastball still pouring in at 88 for AJ, and that's what's kind of kept him in starts late this year. Control and command increasing at times, as Jason mentioned, and the fastball velocity staying consistent. When he struggled at the end of games last year, you'd see it dip down to 85, 86, so some definite strength improvement.
That was the curve that time to get strike 2. So now in control here at 0-2.
Another line drive. That one going to keep up there a bit more. Saleya going back, and he makes that catch in center field while he robs 2 hits in this 6th inning. One from Guzman, one from McGee. That one hit on the screws even more to the gap in right center. Give that man a couple stars here in the 6th inning. Hicks trying to close it out when we get back.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. The shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva.
James Rogers on here for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. He will pitch the 6th inning and what is hopefully the final inning for Westside, because that means they win this one here 3-0. Rogers, the lefty, standing at 6'2" out of Davenport. Four-seam, curveball, slider for James. Mostly fastball, curveball. Also a local product out of Oxford, Michigan. For those of you that don't know, Davenport, a fairly local team on the west side of the state in Grand Rapids. They recently flipped from NAI to Division II. Rogers saw his time as a Division II player after transferring from Jackson Community College. Spent 2 years there technically with a medical red shirt because of Tommy John, so that's how you put together 5 years of college plus the COVID year. Fastball that'll probably average around 87 here today, as Ron Williams Jr. looks to lay down a drag bunt.
70 innings pitched in his final campaign at Davenport. Comes in hoping to close out the effort of starter Jackson Hicks, who for the 3rd time this season has had an outing with 0 earned runs.
0-1 curveball fouled to the left there by Williams Jr. Rogers has made some mechanical adjustments over the last couple of years. Said he used to kind of really look at Johnny Cueto in terms of his mechanics, and you still see a little bit of that in him, the way he turns, but he used to turn fully back to second base like Cueto does. 0-2. On top of that one was Williams Jr. as it shutters back to the screen.
It just happens to come in and face one of 2 lefties in the Beavers lineup. After this, you have 2 consecutive right-handers. I should say all the way down to the 9 spot. So you have 6 consecutive right-handers, beg your pardon, after this spot in the Beavers lineup.
Rogers able to notch his first professional strikeout there.
Next up for the Beavers, the first baseman, number 22, Travis McFarland.
You'll see him work exclusively out of the stretch, and for a guy who's coming out of the bullpen, not uncommon in today's professional baseball.
Yeah, that's always interesting. Baseball, it's a sport where there's no one way to necessarily do it. It's all about what makes you comfortable, whether you're on the mound or in the box. And here for, again, a guy who's come out of the bullpen, it's working out of the stretch.
1-0 in for strike one.
Typically, you only do that with runners on the base paths, but again, it's whatever works for you.
So a reminder, this is a 6-inning game, 2 6-inning games scheduled here today at Jimmy John's Field for this doubleheader between the Mammoths and the Beavers. Rogers certainly a guy that likes to work quickly as well. Already gets a leadoff strikeout here in the 6th. His counterpart Jackson Hicks struck out 5 through 5. He struck out 3 in a row, actually, between the end of the 4th and the first 2 outs in the 5th inning. Now in danger of walking McFarland with the 4-hole hitter up next. Christian LeBoy has walked so far today. Fly ball to left center field. Trent Bauer chasing that one back, but that's going to be into the trees. Travis McFarland with his 4th bomb of the year. And just like that, the Beavers are on the board.
This Beavers team has showcased power when they've been successful offensively, and Travis McFarland really all season long has been showcasing extra base power. Saw it again there to left field. Just a 2-run game, Jeremy.
Certainly changes the complexion of this contest. It just felt like the Beavers weren't going to get anything going in this game for a while. But when you get your first, sometimes the floodgates open when that wind is blowing at the clip it is. As you see the flag there, maybe not as much as a few innings ago, but still, it's a factor. The boy swings over the 88-mile-an-hour fastball there. That now the 8th home run for the Beavers this year, the 41st in the USPBL overall, or check that, the 27th. I was going to say, that's a lot of home runs. I don't think we've had that many this year. We certainly had more. So 8 home runs for the Beavers, 10 for the Unicorns, 6 for the Mammoths. Now 7 here today with a 1 by Briggs. And 2 for the Hoppers as the boy goes down swinging for the second out. Roy Verdejo, the last chance. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning. That was of the leadoff variety. Reached second base, but that's all this offense could muster. And before the home run by McFarland here in the 6th inning, he was the man that reached the farthest in terms of the bases here today. Second base. That was all that they did against Jackson Hicks. Fastball in for strike 2. Quickly the 0-2 pitch. Ooh, the defense shaking back towards the dugout a bit there, but called off the plate offside, the slider. 1-2 on Roy Verdejo. Just off the end of the bat. Reminder to stick around for Game 2. That will start approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. A little bit dependent on how quickly the grounds crew can get the field back and ready to go after a few adjustments. 1-2 pitch, high and away. Another fastball at 88. Even pitch, got him to pop up, and it'll carry enough for Lamar Briggs out in the left center field gap to end the game. So Travis McFarland able to make it a bit interesting here in the bottom of the 6th inning. James Rogers records his first strikeout, as well as the Westside Woolly Mammoths hold on to this one 3-1, a big victory for them to keep it rolling. Back with some Game 2 conversation when we get back on the USPBL Network.
switched to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council. Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Welcome back into the USPBL network. 3-1 win for the Woolly Mammoths to extend their winning streak. Now, last time the Woolly Mammoths were in action, we mentioned it was their first time stepping over the 500 mark. Now at 6-5 on the season, I should say. So over 500 and right behind, beg your pardon, 6-4. So 2 games over 500. Beavers right behind them. Now at 3-9 on the year, so a full 4-game advantage for Westside in that west part of the division. And on the east side of things, Utica at 7-3, east side at 5-5. So a big one between those two squads tomorrow. But again, the first of 2 matchups today between Westside and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. So we'll see if the Woolly Mammoths can continue this run. Again, now 6-4 on the season. And we'll have that one for you coming up on the USPBL network here at Jimmy John's Field.
Wrong ball, Porter. Come on, TK, give me some heat. You call that pitching?
This is my heater. I dare you to hit it.
Man, you idiot! Now we can't play no more. High and outside, just like I liked it. Don't worry, guys, I'll get it. Oh! Dude, you can't go back there. That's where the beast lives.
If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this together.
Trouble, you best beware. And though deep down, I know I might be headed for teardrops. Now that you got me started, I just can't stop. No, no.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, I mean free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council. Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1. Just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2. Get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free. But only for a limited time, so be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage, rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping, no stopping.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council. Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. Just about underway here in Game 2. Time to take a look at your pitcher comparison brought to you by Ascension here, Jason.
Yeah, well, we have the right-hander Donovan Thacker taking the mound in Game 2 for the Woolly Mammoths, hoping to follow up the opening act that Jackson Hicks presented, which was a pretty good one, going throughout 5 innings, not allowing a single earned run for the third time this season. I should mention now, when you look at Donovan Thacker, utilizes his four-seam fastball just a hair over 50% of the time. Kind of that pitch can kind of graze the high 80s. Slider and changeup as well are incorporated into the pitch mix. Lefties can kind of anticipate the changeup. Now, when you flip over to Gidley, who will take them on for the Beavers. Two-seam change curve mix. So we'll see how these two match up going head-to-head.
First pitch getting much closer here at Jimmy John's Field. The first result, a 3-1 victory for the Westside Woolly Mammoths despite a solo shot by Travis McFarland in the bottom of the sixth inning. We'll play 6 innings again in Game 2 when we get back here on the USPBL Network.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, I mean free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free. But only for a limited time, so be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Time to take a look at your starting lineups brought to you by AAA of Michigan. Here for Game 2 of our doubleheader here today. First for the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths, will have Norberto Navarro lead off and bat second, or lead off and play second base. Trent Bauer bats second and plays left. Lamar Briggs, Jalen Smith, and Logan Herring in the heart of the order here today. Adrian Guzman bats sixth and plays shortstop. Nick Caruso, a late sub, into the lineup in the 7-hole here today. He'll play for the second consecutive game in DH. Noah Moore catches here in Game 2 and bats eighth. And Trey Bigford coming off the bench in Game 1 to play third base and bat ninth in Game 2. On the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers side, it's Anthony Jones making his debut in the USPBL here. As you see Cole Gidley warm up for the Beavers, he will lead off and play center field. Keyshawn Lynch bats second and plays shortstop. Roy Verdejo in the 3-hole and playing left field. Travis McFarland, Christian LeBoy, and Nathan Mercedes in the heart of the order here today for Ed Campanella. Then it's Connor Baginski also making his USPBL debut. Collier Rutledge batting eighth and DHing. And Tyler Blom, another guy who makes his debut here today as well and catches debuts here, there, and everywhere. We do know that Donovan Thacker will be on the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. He is not quite in the bullpen. That's Johnny Breedenthal down there right now going through some motions. Hope to have the first pitch of Game 2 soon here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping, no stopping. Oh!
Jeremy Otto and Jason Ross Jr. back with you here from Jimmy John's Field in downtown Utica, Michigan. Glad you could stick with us here for Game 2 of this doubleheader. 3-1 the final score in Game 1. That went in favor of the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Jackson Hicks with a really nice start through 5 innings, able to scatter some more base runners. And Cole Gidley will try to set him down here in game number 2, Jason.
Yeah, we'll see if Gidley can potentially do something similar to what we saw out of his predecessor, A.J. Coleman, who, again, if this game had gone, say, 9 innings, if he kept the numbers where they were at, would have potentially been in track for another quality start. But, again, Coleman did a nice job, just not quite enough run support, which has been the storyline of late with this Beavers team. The 1 run, the 1 home run, but, again, just a solo shot, so trying to do damage with runners on the base path is what I'd like to see today out of the Beavers in Game 2. And again, hopefully Gidley can keep them in a position to win. We talked about the fact that it's just a 6-inning game, so last time out, both starters hit the 5-inning mark, and that's when you can kind of keep the bullpen in a less taxed state. We saw that. We were actually surprised that the Woolly Mammoths brought out a closer as opposed to Jackson Hicks finishing things up. So we'll see if Gidley can keep his team in a position to win. Westside, their bats, as you see warming up there, have been hot of late. Jalen Smith had a 2-run homer, and it also brought home his good friend Lamar Briggs, who just keeps on hitting, Jeremy. So
Sure
we'll see
does.
if they can continue that in Game 2.
And it's not every hit is a sharp hit, but most are, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he's getting the bloopers to fall, knowing that he's just that hot, I guess. Well, reminder you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube in the chat section, and you could hear your comment on the air. You can also join us for the first time this week. Overall, we've been streaming all week on Twitch as well, so follow us there, subscribe, all the good stuff. Andrew Williams says, let's go Mammoths, keep it going. Jim says, where is Kyle Luger? When is he coming in? Kyle is available. He was certainly available in the last game. I think you would have saw him if probably, number one, it wasn't a 6-inning game. If it was a 9-inning game, I think he was coming in as a for sure reliever, but listed as one of the guys who was available, one of the 2 probables. But Hicks had such a good game, was working through them so fast, and combined with the fact that obviously there's another game here and you don't want to use arms unless you really have to. As Cole Gidley says, what you cooking? Alberto Navarro as he sends it up and in to begin the game here in the top of the first. That wind again has picked up to left center field to begin game 2. 1-0, a fastball hits outside corner, just a little bit off, it looks like. 2-0 on Navarro.
We'll see what his fastball command is like. Working pretty quickly like Coleman. And when I touch on fastball command, you think it over to Jackson Hicks' start for the Woolly Mammoths in Game 1. Even when he was maybe deliberately missing up or just off the outside part of the plate, each pitch had a purpose, made competitive pitches. We'll see if Gidley can do the same here as the lineup switches around a bit for the Woolly Mammoths.
2-1 away. Yeah, the quote waste pitch has kind of gotten away from that term, I think.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. Each pitch, say you have an 0-2 count, don't necessarily need a strike. However, that pitch can still have a purpose when it comes to the eye of the hitter.
3-1. Called back for strike 2 on Navarro. But you think about how important pitch counts are, how closely these pitchers are looked at for injury, especially here in the USPBL. You can't really afford to spoil many of your pitches as a pitcher. Away, and that's going to give Navarro the walk.
Navarro did it defensively in Game 1, made some sparkling plays to help out Jackson Hicks, and now the leadoff walk here in Game 2. So you love to see out of your leadoff guy, though. Work in the count, give the number 2 hitter, number 3 guy a chance to have a look at Gidley and what he might be throwing, but get the pitch counts up early on the starter. That's what you want out of your leadoff hitter. Reaching base, no matter how it gets done.
Brings up Trent Bauer. Led off in game 1, was 0 for 3. That second here, spikes it to right. Right in the hands of Christian LeBoy, though, for the first out. And here comes the aforementioned Lamar Briggs. Get him out. If you can, is his message so far. 3 for 3 here today, all singles. Some sharply hit, one that looped in. Couple home runs the other day to begin this week.
Not an easy out at the moment. This is a guy who you do not want to see in the batter's box, just as comfortable, as confident as you can be.
The skies maybe a bit more ominous than what we saw to begin the day. I looked behind the ballpark before checking back into the press box here for game 2. It was a bit more dark. Hopefully things will just pass by.
Jeremy, our word of the day very early there, ominous.
Yes.
Word of the day for game 2. We had multiple word of the days in game 1.
Runner in motion to second, throwing from his knees. His Blom nearly spiked him down at second base. Bagneski put a decent tag on at second. Check the rest of the defense behind Gidley here today, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Verdejo in left, Anthony Jones in center, LeBoy in right, Mercedesman McFarland on the corners, Bagneski and Lynch up the middle, and Tyler Blom completing the battery with Cole Gidley. A lot of guys making their debuts here in game 2 and game 1 as the fastball sneaks inside on Briggs, 2-1. Straight up infield. Second baseman Bagneski slightly holding on Navarro at second base here.
Bagneski making his debut over there. Jeremy, you've talked about it. Aggressive base running has been a key part of the narrative offensively for just about every team so far here in the USPBL. And Woolly Mammoths picking up right where they left off. Runner in scoring position. Briggs less than 2 outs here. Trying to capitalize.
Hot shot into the glove of Verdejo in left, trying to snap it back to second quickly, but there is Navarro scrambling back, so we have 2 outs. And you talk about the base running. We saw another stolen base last game. Just 1 caught stealing this year, 40 swipe bags. It's quite the number.
Brings up the aggressive bat. Jalen Smith, that aggressive bat paid dividends in game 1 with the blast to left field. Gave his team a lead that they didn't surrender.
And he had that and then reached on the catcher's interference as well as this pitch rides high. Was able to hit it into the wind in left center, really benefiting the most from that in game 1. We thought we might see a few more hits because of it. We saw some line drives at the end of the game that had potential to gust its way to the gap. 1-0, fastball chopped at 89, foul.
Even there, caught a piece of it. Rarely do you ever see Jalen Smith strike out. Only 1 strikeout entering today. However, also only 1 walk. So most of the time, if he's not reaching base, it's a contact out in some way or another. A guy who kind of crowds the plate. You see the bat dangling over the shoulder, trying to get his rhythm down and the timing. All about what works for you. You wonder as a pitcher here if you like to go inside.
Wipeout slider on the outer edge gets Smith going too far on it, 1-2. Gidley with a pair of relief appearances in his first 2 outings and a pair of starts. Now make it 3 in a row for Cole, going back to the 12th of this month. Wild pitch at 91 is going to allow Navarro to advance to third base. 2-2.
Yeah, 2-out damage is what the Woolly Mammoths have had success with so far this season offensively. And that's just kind of deflating as a pitcher when you do get to the 2-out mark and then a team starts to pour in a bit of a rally. So we've seen the Woolly Mammoths execute that. Can they do it here? Runner 90 feet away from home.
Looping breaking ball up the middle. Keyshawn Lynch cuts it off and fires on the run over to first base. Nice play for the 3rd out here in the 1st. Good job as well by Cole Gidley to strand the leadoff walk. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Attention, Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
Little softy ball toss here at Jimmy John's Field. Fans always getting into that. We'll have Anthony Jones, Keyshawn Lynch, Roy Verdejo, your Zach Hart Agency 3-men 2 up against Donovan Thacker here in the bottom of the 1st inning. Thacker with a 4-seam, a slider, and a changeup.
A high swinging strike percentage on that changeup. It's an important pitch for him. We talked about the theme of establishing your best pitch early on, not just necessarily the fastball, which was kind of the theme or the thought in the past, but the changeup, no matter the count, Thacker will go to it. So we'll see how often and how early he does that here.
So Anthony Jones getting his first at-bat here today. 2nd game in the USPBL for the Beavers, having played with the Chicago Dogs last year as well. Another independent team where Garrett Chrisman is currently competing for, former USPBL pitcher. And a really nice year last year.
Beautiful ballpark as well.
Is it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
On the ground to Guzman. Charges. What a play for the 1st out here in the bottom of the 1st.
Yeah, the Westside middle infield. New game, same story. Whether it's Guzman or Norberto Navarro, just fun to watch get the job done.
And he makes those plays look routine.
Oh, yeah.
Good job by Cole Gidley in the top of the 1st inning. He allowed the leadoff walk to Navarro, then got 3 straight contact out, 2 fly balls and a ground out. Keyshawn Lynch has a check swing, but that slider is in for strike 1. Slider that's normally on average around 78 for Thacker, tops out around 81. Good job by Noah Moore to hold that pitch there for strike 2. The former college battery mate, Noah Moore, was actually the backup this year on Medina University's team. Showed you the depth they had at the catching position. 0-2, slider away. Back-to-back sliders. Lynch lays off nicely there. Keyshawn able to reach on a single in the first of game one, and also popped out twice as that game went on. At bats in the third and fifth innings. '89 mile-an-hour fastball pinned to the outer edge for strike three. And now Roy Verdejo will be the last shot here in the first. Well, if the first game is any indication, and it's kind of, I guess, misleading how that game ended. 3-0 for a long time, but, you know, A.J. Coleman had his moments as well, had some quick innings. Just that one blemish with 2 outs.
You mentioned it just as the game was rolling along. Felt like a larger 3-0 lead than normal, considering it was a 6-inning game, and the way that Jackson Hicks was cruising along and the way that his infield was playing behind him.
Verdejo looks at a ball outside.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead. Just going to check the defense really quick here, then you can finish that thought. Brought to you by AAA. It's Bauer in left, Briggs in center, Smith in right, Bickford in Herring on the corners, Navarro and Guzman up the middle, and more behind the plate here today. The 2-0 in for strike one.
Yeah, well, right on cue there, because I was going to mention the defense as well. I think you look at that score, 3-1. Could have been worse if it wasn't for Elijah Celaya in center field of the Beavers, who maybe took a couple of potential runs away from the Woolly Mammoths. So
2-1, looping into left field for a base hit.
Now batting the first baseman, number 22, Travis McFarland.
Now Travis McFarland. Nice shot for him. Well into left center field. Into the jet stream as well. Broke the 3-0 shutout for the Woolly Mammoths. Able to tag it off of James Rogers. Good job by Rogers, though, to button up the inning after that, not panicking. He got the leadoff strikeout to Ron Williams Jr., then the solo shot on a 3-2 pitch. Struck out Christian LeBoy, the very next batter, and then got Verdejo to line out to end the inning.
McFarland's a guy with really good bat control through the zone. It's a bat filled with extra base power. They called him Big Trav in college for a reason. Again, runners on base here. We'll see if he can find a way to do some 2-out damage. But down 0-2 here to Thacker, who again likes to go to the changeup on any count, as I noted. But a good 2-strike out pitch for him. We'll see what he tries to do here. Talked about each pitch having a purpose, doesn't necessarily need a strike.
Now the 0-2. Lined it into right, and that's going to sink down for a base hit as well.
Really good piece of 2-strike hitting there from McFarland. Again, with 2 outs, able to get on base.
Here comes Christian LeBoy now. Right fielder for the Beavers. Second consecutive game for him in right.
When you think of Christian LeBoy, speak to people around player development right now, they say he has been adjusting to pro pitching, trying to get his barrel on a plane, on the same plane with pro pitches.
And that's the case for a lot of these Beavers hitters, because a lot of them have not played professional baseball before, kind of switching right from college to the pros. And one indication that they might turn things around, their batting average on balls in play is fairly low, which in general will iron itself out as the years go on, or the ABs go on. 1-1 is a fastball in for strike 2. Nafi Mercedes, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. 2 outs to begin the inning, and back-to-back singles by Verdejo and McFarland to make things interesting against Thacker. Here's a little lazy pop fly. Navarro going out, Smith coming in. It's Smith who takes charge for the 3rd out. Good job by Thacker to strand a pair of singles here in the 1st.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Cole Gidley back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work in a scoreless game. Both pitchers able to strand a few base runners in the 1st. Gidley allowed a leadoff walk back in the 1st inning before getting Bauer, Briggs, and Smith. Fly out, ground out. Logan Herring, Adrian Guzman, and Nick Caruso, your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here in the 2nd. Herring in that 1st game, 3 ground balls. Certainly off a ground ball pitcher, and A.J. Coleman. All of them up the middle to the shortstop, Keyshawn Lynch, and 1 to the 2nd baseman, Mercedes, who's over to 3rd here in game 2. But for Gidley, just in terms of confidence, big to see him strand that leadoff walk. He's had trouble in his last couple starts stranding those runners. Hoping to get maybe a little bit more length here today for a guy who at first thought he was going to come out of the bullpen, but no problem for him because he's mostly been a starter in his career. Just trying to work him right back to starter innings and pitch counts and all that good stuff. 1-1 on the ground and through the hole.
Yeah, so far this season hasn't gone more than 3 innings. But I think, as you noted, if he can maybe find some ways to get efficient outs like we saw Coleman do, a ground ball pitcher stayed down in the zone, and that led to weak contact, most importantly staying away from the barrel of the bat. But they're another base runner here to try to work around with nobody out.
And it's hard really to have, I guess, hard pitch counts when you have shortened games like this. I mean, we have expanded to 9 innings in most games in the USPBL this year, with the exception of that 2.5-hour time limit as well, as Guzman looks at strike 1. So anything outside of these double headers, which is obviously the situation we're in today, and Sunday games are 7 innings. Double headers are 6 innings each for a total of 12. 0-1 on Guzman. Nice hack at a 90-mile-an-hour fastball as he whistles it back. So early on, pitch counts, I guess, didn't really have to be watched very closely because unless a guy was really dealing and you wanted to keep him in there just to see what he would do, or he was throwing in front of scouts, which we saw a couple times last year. Not sure if there's any in attendance here tonight, but you have those backup arms that you can go to fairly early in games. Spiked by Gidley, and Herring going to advance to second base. Second wild pitch here tonight for Gidley. It also allowed Norberto Navarro to advance as Tyler Blom, man who was just acquired by the USPBL in exchange for Keon Taylor, the submarine pitcher. He's heading to the Joliet Slammers of the Frontier League. Not often that you hear about independent teams swapping players like that, but it happens once in a while.
Yeah, Taylor, as we talked about on the phone earlier, interesting pitcher. He is one of the submariners, which you don't see too often at any level, but when you do, they're typically very effective against righties as Guzman goes down swinging. But Austin Shoemaker made the start at catcher in game one for the Beavers, and a guy who really gels well with this Beavers pitching staff, so we'll see if Blom can do the same thing.
One of the rare changeups we've seen from Cole Gidley here today, but it looked good on that one. He does throw that second most, but he's been very heavy on the fastball thus far, 68% fastball coming into this one. And part of that is, I guess, skewed by his two bullpen outings. And in general, his outings have been on the short side. His two starts, 2 2/3 innings and 3 innings in total. So you can afford to live and die by the fastball a bit more when you're not going second and third time through the order as much. Curveball fouled down.
Second consecutive batter here with the first pitch strike and now an 0-2 count. So important as a pitcher to be in control and in command of the at-bat with your catcher and be able to go to the pitch that you want to. Now he can, you mentioned the term waste pitch, potentially use a purposeful waste pitch here to keep Caruso off balance. I'd like to see him go to the changeup with 2 strikes too.
Fastball poured in for strike 3.
Yeah, went to the changeup with 2 strikes against Guzman, then switched it up and went to the fastball there against Caruso.
Noah Moore, the catcher, getting his first at-bat here, batting 8th in game 2 for Taylor Jellikowski and John Dombrowski's team, the co-managers of the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Trying to strand another leadoff base runner here in the second, able to strand the leadoff walk in the first. It was Navarro. That flag whipping out to left center field right now. Both that and the pennants moving. There it is.
Jeremy, a 3rd consecutive first pitch strike here. And more, I'd like to see how he fills in that 8th spot because Spencer McGee, who isn't playing in game 2, had that role in game 1 and was successful in it down at the bottom third of the order. So there is no time off when you're going through this West Side lineup of late. But Noah Moore still trying to find his stride offensively.
Ooh, swings out of his shoes that time at the fastball at 88. Quickly 1-2. This catcher who batted .314 this year in college swings and misses, and Gidley strikes out the side all of a sudden. Good job to strand Logan Herring. The leadoff single here in the second on the USPBL network.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's?
Donovan Thacker and Cole Gidley pitching duel here in game 2. Thacker gave up a pair of singles in that first inning, but otherwise was able to strand them. Each starting pitcher has had a couple base runners in each inning of work thus far.
3 consecutive strikeouts for Gidley after that leadoff single. And kept the pitch count down as well.
Johnny Breedenthal, Colin Ledbetter, Kyle Luger, all guys you could see for the Westside Woolly Mammoths side of the pen. Good to see Kyle Luger back and available here today. He's been out with some shoulder soreness for some time now. Nafi Mercedes, Connor Baginski, and Collier Rutledge, your Zach Hart agency 3 men 2 up here in the second inning for the Beavers. Connor Baginski gonna get his first at-bats. That one rains outside, 1-0. One-0 is in for strike 1.
Went down to 79 there. Thacker has some good velocity range on his pitches.
Average fastball velocity of 91, slider 81, changeup around 83. 1-2 away, 2-2 on Nafi Mercedes.
Good job from Mercedes to hold off there. Good eye on that pitch just off the outside part of the plate. Throughout his first few starts, Thacker had a really high swing and miss rate on pitches outside of the zone.
Ooh, tough one on the inner third. Gets Mercedes swinging there.
And I was just going to mention the Beavers have, so far this season, the highest percentage of out-of-zone swings, out-of-zone strikeouts overall.
Here comes Connor Bagneski getting his first professional at-bat. Most recently at Radford University. Also spent some JUCO time at Florida Southwestern State and State College of Florida. First pitch strike again on Bagneski there. Guy that can bounce around position-wise. He thought he would probably be consistently at second base here in the USPBL going forward, and that's where he starts here today. The 1-1. Looper down the line and into right field. Bagneski rounding the bag at first. Sharp turn he took, but he's going to hold up. And just like that, one at bat, first professional hit.
Yeah, kind of reached down, golfed that one into right field. It's a good first AB for Bagneski.
Bagneski has some local ties in terms of fandom. Grew up as a Detroit Tigers fan. His grandparents actually live in the Upper Peninsula, up in Houghton. Way up there. As Bagneski dives back in. Originally from Green Bay, Wisconsin, but lives now in Tampa, Florida, does Connor. Also a hockey player growing up. Rutledge looks at this one inside, 1-0.
You speak to guys who have played both hockey and baseball. The competitive nature tends to be there. You can see Bagneski little lead off first right now. Middle infielders playing at double play depth, holding him on at first.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because, you know, that competitive nature carrying over, but two very, very different sports.
Yeah.
1-0 is low and in. Hockey and lacrosse seem to be coupled together much more these days in high schools. Lacrosse continues to get a bit more prominent here, at least in Michigan and around the country. 2-0 inside, but you just think the pace of baseball compared to the pace of hockey, much different.
Yeah, different paces. Common denominator, though, the mental side that goes into the game as an athlete in general, and I guess the will to win for baseball players is something that goes underrated, especially for pitchers, guys who are on the mounds. I talk about the term competitive pitch and going right at hitters, attacking them early on. This is a hitter's count here, however, for Rutledge, guy who's been struggling offensively of late.
In motion to second base, Bagneski now trying to swipe his first bag, and he does. Sliding in safely. And Collier Rutledge now has a 3-2 count on him as well. Bagneski says, how you doing to Adrian Guzman down there. Boy, 1-for-1 stolen base, 1,000.
Yeah, off to a fun
in the
start.
average column. 3-2 on the ground and through. He's going to head to third base as Rutledge camps over at first. And now first and third with one out here in the second. And a chance for Tyler Blom. Just do one in the same as well. At least get his first USPBL hit. He's already collected 6 professional hits this year and 26 ABs, 29 plate appearances with the Joliet Slammers in the Frontier League. Fits the bill in this league, though, of a younger independent player, as this one sliced to right in the arms of Jalen Smith. Bagneski gonna tag up and score with a slide. As he looks to find home plate, he does.
Yeah, throw is just off the line. We see Rutledge advance to second there, and nonetheless, the job gets done by way of the sac fly from Blom. I was just going to note, first inning, Beavers had runners on the base paths with 2 outs. This time, all the more advantage getting that job done early on with 1 out. Now you can manufacture a run, which when you're struggling offensively as a team, any way you can get the job done is a good way to get the job done.
Here's Anthony Jones now. He grounded out quickly back in the first inning. So if Jones and or Lynch get out quickly here in the second, it won't be a exclamation inning, if you will, but stolen base mixed in there, sac fly and a tag up mixed in there. Playing the game right as a balloon finds its way back onto the field in center field here. Maybe from one of the cabana suites on those birthdays. About even with the middle of the scoreboard in left center field is that balloon out there. It's a green balloon. 0-2, swing and a miss. Tied up Anthony Jones, so a great job there by Donovan Thacker to record his second strikeout and allow just 1 run. It's a big one, though. 1-0 Beavers in this one. Now we're going to have a fun promotion here at Jimmy John's Field. It's the Dizzy Bat Race. Not one you see every day, but once in a while they pull this one out. So 2 young ladies competing here today. You ever done anything like this?
I have not.
Would you do anything like this?
Yeah, it could be interesting to try. Test my skills.
Balance.
Not so equilibrium level. Oh, you see, she's a little dizzy there. Oh.
And wow, a close one there as they race over the Zach Hart Agency on deck circle. There's your Dizzy Bat race here at Jimmy John's Field.
We'll try it next weekend.
Sure. I want to get down there in the wiffle ball field and hit some balls pregame, huh?
I have been over in the wiffle ball field pregame. It's a fun experience pregame, Jeremy. You'll definitely have to try that out.
Cole Gidley back out there here in the 3rd inning. He struck out 3. All 3 he faced after the single, given up to Logan Herring in the 2nd. Guzman, Caruso, and Moore all going down. One looking and Nick Caruso, with the other 2 swinging. It's the 2nd time that Cole Gidley has allowed the leadoff base runner to reach and then retiring the next 3. Jeremy Otto alongside Jason Ross Jr. to bring the call here today. So glad you could tune in. Tomorrow, the week of baseball concludes here at Jimmy John's Field. One more matchup for you in June and on a Sunday. It's the Eastside Diamond Hoppers and the Utica Unicorns facing off at 1:05. Pregame at 12:50. You and Jenna Rose, or you and, actually it might be you solo or joined by somebody else. Haven't quite figured that out.
Should be
tomorrow.
A fun one.
Yes.
And tune in for that at 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time.
9-1-2 up for the Mammoths here, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. It's Trey Bigford, Norberto Navarro, and Trent Bauer. First at bat here for Trey Bigford. In total today, did not play game 1, was away for a wedding at the beginning of the week. Ouch. Did that hit him in the neck area?
Yeah. I spoke to Trey via messaging earlier this week. He was excited to get back today. That's a warm welcome back.
I think it was actually in the shoulder. But either way, high heat at 87. Not very welcome sight. Has good spirits about it, though. Don't rub it. It's probably going to hurt anyway. Norberto Navarro. And Bigford running on the first pitch, and this one deposited into center field. Bigford takes off, heading to third base, and he goes from first to third here in the 3rd.
Good smart base running there from Trey Bigford. Advancing from first to third. Credit to stolen base.
That's our 2nd of this game, right?
Yep.
So that means the 42nd of the year in the USPBL, and 43 attempts. Just 1 caught stealing this year. High and in. Fastball at 87. Some action in the Beavers pen. It's Jake Kinney, who will look to possibly make his USPBL debut here today. Kinney has some time as an affiliate player in the Anaheim organization. So Gidley has already stranded a runner on third base, but it took a few batters to get to that in the 1st. Bigford already standing there early on. Another one up and in as he's lost control of that fastball to bits. And A.J. Coleman, your starter in the first game for the Beavers says, hold on a minute, I'm going to take a visit to Cole Gidley here. Coleman in game 1, 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, no walks, 1 strikeout.
Yeah, well, A.J. Coleman, we said it in the pregame, almost kind of doubles as a pitching coach, as well as the work he does on the mound. Type of player who makes his teammates better, and that's why you want him coming out and doing the duties here. Proves it with the work that he does on the mound. Cole Gidley, naturally, you want to follow up what Coleman did in game 1. Jeremy, you talked about the fact that there have been some troubles at times with walks and when traffic gets on the base paths here, nobody out, runners on the corners. Bit of a sticky situation to try to work out of, so I think a good time there for Coleman to come out.
Coleman's 3rd straight outing with no walks and just 1 in 4 outings. And he's just started 5 this year. Did have a little bit of walk trouble in the first game, but has shored that up quickly. As Trent Bauer swings and misses. And you think 7 hits, 3 runs, kind of an average start, but the 7 hits certainly spread apart. We've talked about how the runs were produced multiple times with 2 outs in the 3rd inning, a single, a double, and a home run. Did it. His teammate was able to collect him a home run later in the game to try to come back, but to no avail. In a 6-inning game, not easy. Probably in at least a 9-inning game, you'd have a shot at least a no decision. Sure, the Beavers happy to get the first run in this one. An offense that has struggled with a team batting average at around 150. Really intrigued to see what this Mammoths team average will be in a couple weeks. I think it can certainly improve. There's certainly room for improvement on all the averages coming into play here today. Guys trying to figure out their roles. Some guys playing their first professional innings. A lot of new guys coming in. It's going to be challenging at times. Runner in motion to second base, and with that one at third, they're going to hold on to the baseball.
Second stolen base that we've seen so far in this frame. Off of Gidley, now runners in scoring position at second and third. Bigford still 90 feet away after the stolen base and the error.
Lamar Briggs on deck. It doesn't get any easier.
I was just going to say.
Swing and a miss. Does record the first strikeout here in the 3rd.
And that's a big 4th strikeout of the game for Gidley to try to at least get one out there, because this is the hottest batter in the USPBL right now, and Lamar Briggs walking up to the plate.
Cole Gidley did answer the bell back in the 1st. He got a fly out, so there's 1 scratch. What has been many punches delivered by Briggs in the last few games, not just against this Beavers team, but the league in general. Really figured out that swing. Talking even before he figured it out, Taylor Jellikowski and company trying to make a few adjustments with him. Saw some things that were causing him to beat it in the ground a bit more. And, you know, we've talked about it on pregame shows and a little bit during the game as well. When this guy's going right, he's hitting line drives and hitting it out of the ballpark.
Yeah, Briggs told me a couple of weeks ago that the key right now, working with his hitting coach Kevin Hill, is that he said when I'm in my stance, when I get into my load to lengthen my stride, that'll help me to get down into my legs. The word down there, he's pointing to the lower half and the power. That's where it consists of.
1-1 away. Decent stop by Blom. Infield playing in for the Beavers here, relaxing slightly. Now with a 2-1 count to Lamar. There they are. Even the corner infielders were at the cut of the grass before that last pitch. 2-1, fly ball, got under it. Verdejo watches it go and gone. Wow. I didn't think that had a chance to be a no-doubter off the bat, but Lamar Briggs continues to prove everybody wrong as that's on top of the hill to the right of the Chevrolet Pavilion, and the wind moving a bit more now according to the flag, so that makes more sense.
3-run bomb for Briggs, the 4th homer of the season for him. We just touched on the power and where it comes from. He put so much work into that in the offseason, which has continued into now the summer, day in and day out, and it's paying dividends. The hottest bat in the USPBL remains red hot.
His 4th home run of the year, and that's going to be it for Cole Gidley here today. Making a move and bringing on another lanky right-hander. It's Jake Kinney, who will make his USPBL debut when we get back here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Jake Kinney makes his USPBL debut here tonight. 33rd round draft pick back in 2018 by the Philadelphia Phillies out of Tallahassee Community College. Have not had the chance to chat with Kinney because he is very much a fresh face. Getting his first appearance, obviously, here today. But I'm going to venture to guess, not horrible numbers in the minor leagues by any means. So probably a COVID-19 cut due to some of those rosters kind of slimming down in the minor leagues. We've seen that from a lot of guys. Some guys coming back to the USPBL. Some guys last year were victim of that as well. Garrett Chrisman, who since moved on to a higher independent league as well, was that the exact same story. Here's a fly ball that's going to stay up there and right. LeBoy heading towards the line for the second out here in the third.
Another contact out there for Jalen Smith. We talked about the fact that he had only one strikeout entering today. When he makes contact, it's either hard contact to help him reach base, or it's for an out. But you noted Jake Kinney there was with the Clearwater Threshers at one point. Native of Florida, was in the Phillies organization. Facing another relative newcomer in Herring.
Right into the glove of Rudejo. The big bang in the inning, though. The 3-run bomb aided by the wind a bit to left field by Lamar Briggs. And a good job by Kinney to seal off the inning here in the third. That's your fifth third out of the game, brought to you by Fifth Third Bank. Time for your DTE Energy Kid
As
Race,
your
the
neighbor who
mascot
works
here
at
today.
Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
On the tail end of your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot here today. 2 kids against Woolley, who looks like he has pulled his left hamstring. Poor Woolley. Hope he's back into play soon. Maybe it's his back.
Yeah, there's some sort of issue going on there. The Husks are a lot to kind of, I guess, hold on to, and there's a lot of weight pulling you down.
Yeah, I can imagine. And he's going upright right now.
Oh, yeah. He might hit the IL, I don't know.
Donovan Thacker out for his 3rd inning of work. Some good production out of this Beavers lineup in the second, playing, I don't know if I call it small ball, but just smart ball.
Yeah, well, right before Briggs hit the home run, I was going to say less than 2 outs. Maybe the Woolly Mammoths answer with a version of small ball of their own. However, Lamar Briggs is not thinking small ball at the moment, apparently. He is thinking 3-run home run to give his team a 3-run lead. But for the Beavers, it's however you can get runs to cross the plate right now. And I liked what they did in that previous frame. Now, multiple hits in each of the first 2 innings off of Thacker. See if they can get some more traffic on the base paths here.
Keyshawn Lynch, Roy Verdejo, Travis McFarland, your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here in the 3rd. First pitch to Lynch in there for strike 1. Talked about it, that harder slider that we see there from Thacker. 0-1 skipping in. So it goes from slider to changeup.
Yeah, whichever breaking pitch it may be to keep the hitter off balance, the slider, the change. Don't really see too many curveballs out of Thacker, but when you're confident in going to those pitches on any count, that's when, from the hitter's perspective, you don't really know what to expect. So maybe we'll see if he cranks it up here a little bit against Lynch.
1-1 on the ground. Guzman lunging in, throws to first, got him again. Guzman to Herrig. He's made a couple nice plays here tonight.
Did crank it up a bit with the fastball at 87, led to a nice ground ball over to Guzman, who capped it off with a beautiful delivery to first.
Roy Verdejo had a single back in that first inning. This one popped up back towards us and foul. Talking about the small ball, I was listening to the first game of a doubleheader as well down in Detroit as the Tigers take on the Astros. Looks like they split that doubleheader here tonight. 3-1 win for the Tigers in Game 1 and a 3-2 win for the Astros in Game 2. Lollipop breaking ball had Verdejo guessing. But small ball, we saw a bunt, I believe, by Jake Rogers to move a runner up, and then the first professional home run, or major league home run, I should say, by Zach Short, called up as the extra man in the doubleheader here today from Toledo, AAA affiliate of the Tigers. Remember in the past where it was like analytics say no when it comes to the bunt, but one of the guys who certainly kind of spearheaded, you'd think, in terms of managers and analytics, A.J. Hinch, seeing what he has and playing smart.
Yeah, A.J. Hinch is a guy who isn't afraid to, in his words, kind of single a team to death. And if that's, utilizing the bunt or the sac fly, and, it's about getting on base. And if you can't do that, then most of your runs are going to come either by way of solo shots. And that's what we saw the first game for the Beavers, just kind of one solo home run. So trying to capitalize when they do get on the base paths is key, no matter how that may be.
Little waddler to Guzman. The second out here in the third. Another decent outing for Casey Mize. 6 innings, 6 hits given up, 1 run. It was earned. 2 walks to 5 strikeouts. Cisnero picked up the save in that first game.
And we saw Jax Nix earlier today, a guy who utilizes the splitter. Casey Mize has a nice splitter that he likes to go to.
McCullers Jr. getting the win in Game 2. Presley with his 12th save of the year for the Astros. Quite a few games already have gone final on this Saturday in Major League Baseball as McFarland looks at strike 1. We talked about ominous. These skies, this wind looks a bit more ominous here in the third inning. I don't think one leaf on that tree is still, on any of those trees. They're big out there. The pennants are really moving in left. That flag still ripping to left center. We've seen that really since the home run by Lamar Briggs.
We're just about halfway to the finish line here.
0-2. Slider off the plate offside.
Again, 6-inning game if you're just tuning in. First game, both starters made it deep. Only saw the one relief pitcher for the Woolly Mammoths close it out. See if Thacker can repeat that result. A couple of quick efficient ground ball outs so far. But this is a tough guy to face in McFarland, who singled his first time up to bat. He was responsible for that lone run that the Beavers scored in Game 1. Solo homer off his bat. Big pitch here with a 2-2 count.
Another foul by McFarland.
2-strike approach. Simplify the swing a little bit. Don't let the umpire decide your fate. If it's borderline, you're still aiming to make contact, and the longer this AB goes, the longer it'll favor McFarland. The more, I should say, it'll begin to favor McFarland. Now his second time seeing Thacker, so as a hitter you're beginning to adjust.
The 2-2 again. Change up. Thacker frustrated, really, for the second time this at bat here in the third. 2 groundouts to begin the inning. The 1 run he has given up in this game was back in the second. Bagneski doing a nice job getting a steal, getting a single, finally plating his first professional run and hit in the same trip on the base pass. Noah Moore comes out to visit Donovan Thacker here. The dark skies are more to left center and on, so I'm not sure if that's moving out. I guess from the direction of the wind, it looks that way. The radar looks okay. It's kind of just missing Utica as it skirts by mid-Michigan. If you're unfamiliar, Utica, Michigan, just outside Detroit, 20-25 minutes away from downtown.
Fun town on a Friday, Saturday night. This has kind of become the attraction of the city.
It's a busy surrounding area, too. I mean, Sterling Heights, a big city.
Troy, not too far away.
Hall Road, one of the more busier roads, I'd say in Metro Detroit, I mean, which is not very far either. Running through multiple cities. 2-0 on LeBoy now. Runner on first base, Travis McFarland. He walked on the 3-2 count. He's had some good at-bats here today. Finally able to get a win on one of those ABs besides the homer. Good lead at first. This one on the ground to Guzman, past his outstretched glove.
What LeBoy has been working on of late, or what they want him to work on, is keeping his barrel on plane with, as we said earlier, pro-level pitchers. Did so there. Good approach. Got through the hole, 5-6 hole into left field.
In general, Ed Campanello was pretty excited about the lineup that he had put together. Verdejo, McFarland, LeBoy, all had some pretty good numbers in college, and he was impressed by some of the at-bats that he saw when scouting them. Mercedes looks at a ball outside. On the radar gun on the scoreboard at 52 miles an hour. I'm not sure that is accurate. 87 on the flight scope. Much more believable. Straighten him up there.
Good late movement on that pitch. But, Jeremy, as you noted, with Ed Campanella, as Noah Moore will trot out once again here. But Ed Campanella, one of the best hitting coaches in the USPBL here, and really an excellent guy to chat with around baseball when it comes to hitting. So they feel the potential is there. We've seen it. They had a game with 5 homers, which tied the most in a single USPBL game. As Noah Moore chats with his former teammate at Madonna, that's got to be such a good, comforting relationship, having a guy who has caught you so many times throughout the course of your career, dating back to your college days, in a situation like this. They've been here, they've done that. But again, runners on the base paths.
Fly ball poked to left, hugging the line, going over Verdejo. Or check that, going over Bauer. And he's able to snatch the third out of this third inning. Good job by the Beavers to get some more runners on base with 2 outs, but better job by Thacker and the defense to strand them.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
A lead for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. 3-0 again the score. Or 3-1 I should say. Single run scored by Begneski for the Beavers here. They certainly showed some life offensively in the last half before they were shut down. Now Jake Kinney looking to keep this game right where it is. It's a guy, Adrian Guzman, who's been swinging a decently hot bat coming into play today. Guzman checked into today with a batting average on balls in play number of over 500. Now, league average here, can't exactly remember, but around Major League Baseball, it's around 275. Is that right, Matt? 250. Okay. Matt Snyder, our fine analytics intern next to each game. So 250 in Major League Baseball. So that gives you perspective. When it starts to get 350, 375 is right where you say, that's a guy who's getting a little lucky. 500 is another level. Adrian Guzman, certainly known as more of a defensive shortstop. The league average here is 213. You got to put that in perspective too, as the batting average number is low as well, as this one piped inside 2-0. But in general, in any league, a batting average on balls in play of over 500 is going to be considered very high. But he has hit some good ones on a line, and that is kind of the one exception to the rule. If you're a line drive hitter, you can have a high batting average on balls in play. Guzman able to draw a walk here. Him and his co-manager, Taylor Jellikowski, have a pretty good rapport.
He speaks to guys around the league, and there's just such a universal respect for Guzman and what he can do defensively, and you noted offensively as well. Adding the bat on to the excellent skills at shortstop.
And we talk about COVID casualties and Major League affiliate cuts. He was one of them. But right before he left as one of the toply rated infielders in the Minnesota Twins organization. Defensively, that is. That one looped foul.
And at shortstop, I mean, you are the quarterback of the infield. Your mind is constantly thinking. The pre-pitch preparation is so key. You're on your heels. You know, if the ball is in play, who's at what base? Does this guy have speed to get there? Your mind is constantly twirling, and Guzman is as calm as can be in a very difficult position to play.
Fastball at 93 by Caruso here. Told you that Jake Kinney, former affiliate player as well, for the Philadelphia Phillies. Last played for the Williamsport Crosscutters. And actually, that transaction was January 25th, 2021, so I guess my assumption was false in terms of him getting cut because of COVID-19. No 2020 year for him because of... No, there was no 2020 year in minor league baseball. You had the taxi squad playing simulated games down in their respective AAA and AA kind of combined rosters for your 40-man rosters. A career ERA through 33 innings in the minor leagues of 491, 24 games, all of them out of the bullpen. 90-mile-an-hour fastball by Noah Moore.
6'6", some may say 6'7", so a couple of tall guys on the mound today for the Beavers. We had the 6'8", some may say 6'9", A.J. Coleman.
Let's put them back to back.
Yeah, yeah.
1-2 off speed high. 2-2 on Moore.
Naturally, especially for Coleman, the release point is just that much closer to the guy who's hitting. And when you're, say, throwing a fastball, it's coming at you that much quicker. 60 feet 6 inches from mound to home plate. Maybe a little closer with a tall guy like that.
Trey Bickford, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. The 2-2. Good smother by Blom. Well, first impressions for everybody. Tyler Blom has done a pretty good job behind home plate so far here today, blocking most balls that he's been able to. We saw a couple wild pitches by Cole Gidley earlier. Kinney coming in for Gidley in the third. He quickly retired 2 outs. Comes out looking for his first full inning here in the fourth. Leadoff walk has Guzman at first, and strikeout to Caruso. And a nice battle with Noah Moore here. It was Caruso who started behind the dish in game 1 for the Mammoths. Moore here as he coaxes a walk. The second of the inning.
Next up, the third baseman, number 10, Pregame.
And what was a fairly small sample size in 2 years, and we told you 33 innings. Walks were a bit of an issue for Kinney, 30 walks compared to 44 strikeouts. So it's a walk per 9 of 8 and a strikeout per 9 of 12. The strikeout per 9 very good.
I just noticed that strikeout number's high, but the control, hoping to harness his stuff here. As you get back to the top of the order, bottom of the order here with Bigford, see if he can turn things over.
Bigford hit by a pitch high in that third inning. 0-1 fastball in at 92. Best fastball today, 93. That was here in the fourth inning.
Trey Bigford did a lot of training in the offseason with Marlon Byrd out in Los Angeles, who's a former major leaguer. Bigford was kind of mostly a shortstop throughout the course of his career, has kind of vacillated between different infield positions so far this year, but rebuilt his swing over the last couple of years. He's always going to hit for contact, but aiming for more power this season.
That one, just a little corkscrew pop-up to Keyshawn Lynch for the second out here in the fourth. And it turns it back to the top of the order for Norberto Navarro, who has reached twice today on a walk and a hit by pitch. He was driven in on the home run by Lamar Briggs. Trey Bigford also coming around on that one. The 3-run variety in the third.
Bigford and Briggs are actually really, really good friends off the field, and they, as I mentioned in the pregame, did a lot of that lower body training together and do that right now day in and day out. Bigford has given Briggs a lot of support in his recent stretch of success. Fun to watch guys bonding around here. I just remember back to media day, a pitcher told me that the celebrations after each and every night are always a little different. So when you can get a win here, and it's just fun, the camaraderie watching it build up with these guys.
Pop fly to right, that's carrying with the win. LeBoy able to reach up and make the catch. And Kinney is able to strand a pair of walks here in the fourth and keep this game right where it was at the end of last game. 3-1 Mammoths.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more. Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Now dancing our way into the bottom of the fourth here as this one rolls along. 3-run advantage for the Woolly Mammoths on a fun Saturday evening. Doubleheader action. Pleasure to have you with us on the USPBL network. I'll be joined again by Jeremy Otto shortly. Jason Ross Jr. with you. Classic Rock Night. Tomorrow is the superhero theme day. Should be a fun one. Utica and Eastside going head-to-head. That's a 1 p.m. first pitch as we now kind of get into the latter stages of what's been a fun one thus far. Donovan Thacker getting set to take the mound once again here for his fourth frame of work with his catcher and former teammate at Madonna, Noah Moore, behind the dish. I beg your pardon, we have a new pitcher in now on the Woolly Mammoth side of things. This is Colin Ledbetter, so in relief now working in place of Thacker, who again went 3 innings today. Yeah, understandable, faced a couple of base runners in each of those 3 innings, but managed to work out of it. The bullpen has been really good so far for this Westside team during this stretch of now 4 consecutive wins at 6-4 on the season. Let's see, this is Breedenthal actually taking over now on the mound for the Woolly Mammoths. So Johnny Breedenthal steps atop the bump.
Takes over for Thacker as he delivers one inside. So Thacker goes 3 here today. 5 singles given up. One run back in the second. (2-0) on the ground to Guzman. 1 up and 1 down. Bridenthal, Colin Ledbetter, and Kyle Luger, all guys that the Mammoths identified as people who could see some action in the game. Looks like Luger is beginning to throw as well for the Woolly Mammoths. Donovan down the left field line as well for the Beavers. Collier Rutledge today had a single back in the second. He reached second base, but that was it. Tyler Blom would be next. He had a sac fly and an RBI to plate. The only run in the game for the Beavers thus far. 2 in these 2 games combined. Venturing out there is Navarro for the second out. So these middle infielders converting on the 2 opportunities they've had thus far. And now Tyler Blom will look to break up what could be a 1-2-3 bid. Seems like a long time since we've had one. We have not had one in this game. And we had, it looks like just one in game 1 as well. That was the 3rd inning for Jackson Hicks and the Mammoths.
Thacker faced at least 2 base runners in each of his 3 frames.
Tied him up inside with the Curveball there. Thought about offering it. Did he? The appeal says no. Down the first base line.
Breedenthal throws the splitter, 4-seam, 2-seam, and curve.
One-two, little pop fly into the short outfield. It's Navarro who makes the catch in the middle infield. Record all 3 outs to a 1-2-3 breeze of a 4th inning for Johnny.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Charles Donovan now on the mound for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers as these two teams swap out pitchers much more here in the second game compared to the first. This is the 3rd arm used for Ed Campanella here tonight. Cole Gidley started. Jake Kinney pitched what was an inning and 2/3 innings. And now Charles Donovan takes over in the 5th.
And Donovan throws the 4-seam fastball, curveball, changeup, and cutter.
Last appearance was on the 20th. That was late last week against the Hoppers. It was a 1-inning outing. 1 strikeout, no hits, no walks. As this arm has converted to the bullpen, 2 starts to begin the year. Went 4 2/3 innings against the Mammoths on the 30th of May. And another 2-inning outing versus the Mammoths on the 5th of June. Ever since, 3 straight appearances out of the bullpen in which he's given up just 1 combined run, and it was earned.
Leading off for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, the left fielder number 16, Trent Bauer.
Trent Bauer, Lamar Briggs, and Jalen Smith, your Zach Hart agency 3 men due up here in the 5th inning. Donovan with a 4-seam, a curve, a changeup, and a cutter. The cutter has been used sparingly thus far. Nearly all of his ABs have been against righties thus far. But now 5 against lefties as Trent Bauer looks in to strike 1. One for 4, 3 walks and 2 strikeouts for lefties against Donovan this year. Slider on the outer edges, or that's the curveball, I beg your pardon.
And one of just 2 lefties in the Woolly Mammoths lineup today. We thought Spencer McGee would initially be in the Game 2 lineup, but a bit of a swap down in the 8 spot.
Into center field for a base hit.
Nice line drive contact, just smoked right up the middle. Did a nice job to keep his bat on playing with the pitch. And runner on base with this man at the plate. Lamar Briggs has been a ideal situation of late, Jeremy.
Lamar Briggs with a 3-run homer. That's kind of what this Mammoths offense has used to steal the first 2 leads of these games here today. Jalen Smith, a man that's hitting just under him here in game 2, did the same in game 1. For Smith, it was his first of the year. For Briggs, his 4th. Change up, punch back. Short lead for Bauer over there. Just about a step is a 92-mile-an-hour fastball is delivered high. Max velocity this year for Donovan, right around 91. And actually, the flight scope registered 91.
Took it down to 83 that time. We've seen him go as low as at times 74 with the curveball. The changeup has been a good 2-strike pitch.
Two punched it foul. Fastball at 90 in on the hands. That wind again picking up to left center field. It's been nearly constantly blowing here today. Briggs took advantage of that, but he also hit it pretty well just to the right of the Chevrolet Pavilion. 2-2 golfed into the glove of Mercedes. Hops up, throws to first off the bag as McFarland did a nice job to get off to make sure that didn't scatter past him.
Spoke with Willie Martin in player development earlier today, and first thing he pointed out about Mercedes is they love what he's doing defensively right now. Playing the hot corner today. We just saw why it's called the hot corner and made a nice stabbing play over there.
Yeah, really looking for the right position for Nafi Mercedes. They've tried to adjust a few things with the way he throws the baseball at second base as well. Oh, 1 tipped into the glove. 0-2 on Jalen Smith. Ground out in the first, fly out in the third. This one popped up foul. Now the 0-2. Away. 1-2 on Jalen Smith. Logan Herring would be next. Your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He had a single back in the second, also lined out. High and away. Another fastball at 92. So we're seeing a bit more oomph here from Donovan today. Jalen Smith on top of the breaking ball that time. Reminder to tune in tomorrow, the last day of what has been a long number of games here this week. Wednesday start, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday here in the USPBL. 2-2 again, lifted foul, the fastball at 90 that time. Waiting on the 2-2. Just missed. Second consecutive curveball there from Donovan. Some scores that went final around Major League Baseball. We already told you about the Tigers in Houston. Pittsburgh and St. Louis. St. Louis with a 3-1 victory here today. Toronto, the big victory over the, in terms of size, Baltimore Orioles 12-4. Texas 8-0 over the Royals. Tampa Bay 13-3.
Guerrero's 26th homer. Those are some fun bats to watch with Toronto.
Swing and a miss. Jalen Smith, after a long battle, finally goes down. New York Mets defeating the Phillies 4-3. Cincinnati with a 4-1 win over Atlanta. Miami with a 3-2 win over Washington as well. Milwaukee 10-4 over Colorado. And a suspended game as well between Seattle and the Chicago White Sox. That was stopped after the bottom of the third.
Looks like we may just make it, Jeremy.
Getting close, aren't we?
We are. That finish line, we're almost there.
I tell you what, though, the skies for the last hour have not been very pleasant looking, but maybe it's just what's happening off in the distance somewhere.
Well, overall today, we've had pitching that's been conducive to trying to beat out what looks like imminent weather that's potentially coming around 9:30 is what I'm hearing. So,
but I guess, too, in that general direction, Pontiac was kind of being hit by most of those fronts coming in, at least on the radar was what it looked at. And that would be in that general way, I guess. 2-0 is a fastball at 88 as he swung and missed there. Took a bit off from what we've been seeing, at least here in this fifth inning. The 2-1. Popped it up. This one chasing Mercedes as far as he can go. Slides and made that catch down the third base line. Wow. Nafy Mercedes with the web gem of the day as he carries his way all the way nearly to his own dugout and beyond, kind of where that wall meets, jutting out all the way down to the bullpen down the left field line. It's time for your Genesis Credit Union fifth inning stretch here today.
Second time today.
Second time today, yes. What a chore for everybody to listen to us do this again.
Yeah. The vocals are getting a stretch today.
We're going to get
that's
tested
okay.
as the stadium started sooner. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. There's your Genesis Credit Union fifth inning stretch here on the USPBL Network.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Pride of Centerline taking over here for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Bottom of inning number 5, it's Kyle Luger. Kyle Luger, a returner to the USPBL this year. I'm not sure that he's thrown this year, though, has he? He has not. Sinker, a curveball, and a changeup for Luger. He's been dealing with some shoulder soreness, which has kept him out most of this beginning parts of the USPBL season. We've seen him throw in the bullpen a couple times, but they have just kind of acted as bullpens thus far.
Yeah, you hear the pitch mix, Jeremy. Sinker, curve, change, and you think maybe living down in the zone. We'll see if maybe the infielders can be ready for maybe some ground ball outs, as we saw with A.J. Coleman earlier in Game 1. The right-hander for the Beavers. That was a key part of his efficiency.
This one in for strike one. Luger was one of those guys on the taxi squad last year in the USPBL, at least at the beginning part of the season. Ended up as a Eastside Diamond Hopper in the end. First pitch to Anthony Jones, sparks inside, and if you were not around the USPBL last year, the taxi squad here compared to what it is now in Major League Baseball and what it was last year, more so an opportunity to spread across some arms, spread across some position players because the league was short in certain spots just because of COVID and not being able to get guys here in time. That rectified and went away by the time September hit. And September was a bit longer than this year's September just because the year started right around next week, actually. I believe 4th of July weekend was the first games we had last year as Anthony Jones goes down on strikes for the second time here today. Luger with 4 games last year, 2 of them starts, 5.14 ERA through 7 1/3 innings. Walked 7, struck out 8. First pitch to Keyshawn Lynch, jumped down and fouled down the third baseline.
We'll see how many arms we see to wrap up this one on the west side of things. They have done very well to protect slim leads of late. This stretch of winning started last Saturday night when they beat Utica 4-3. And I mean, Greg Loken, the lefty, came in, started the party of excellent relief pitching, and it has not stopped since.
0-1, fastball at 90, fouled off.
Hoping to back up the 1-2-3 frame that Breedenthal works.
Ground out, pop out for Johnny. The 0-2, high and in, fastball at 88.
On the flip side, still just a 2-run game. Still 5 outs to work with for the Beavers. Can you get something rolling here? 1 run output in Game 1, hoping to change the narrative in Game 2.
1-2 curveball remains high. 2-2 now. Two, swing and a miss. Another curve. Back-to-back strikeouts for Luger here in the 5th. Now Roy Verdejo comes up for the 3rd time here tonight. Single in the 1st. Ground out in the 3rd. Another curveball, 3rd straight, as he looks to strike out the side here in the 5th. Now the 1-0. Fastball at 89, again off the plate outside.
Changing eye levels, changing speeds. Luger doing a nice job so far. You mentioned the 2 strikeouts in this inning, hoping to strike out the side here. This Westside bullpen in general has had high strikeout numbers. Luger making it his debut, as you noted, hoping to back that up. Little collab with Noah Moore there. Verdejo has shown power this season, but for him it's about being selective with the pitches that he swings at. That's been the issue at times.
2-0 flubbed into the glove of Herrig over at first base. Nice job. 1-2-3 inning for Kyle Luger. Couldn't write it up any better off the injured list here in the 5th inning.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
Cole Stanton now takes over on the mound for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Takes over for Charles Donovan, who pitches 1 inning. Well, you can win a $250 Visa gift card and 4 front row tickets to the USPBL Championship game in September. You can text Chevy Detroit to 555-888. Again, that's Chevy Detroit to 555-888. Visit ChevyDetroit.com/USPBL for all the official rules. Adrian Guzman, Nick Caruso, and Noah Moore, your Zach Hart agency 3-men 2 up. Here in the 6th inning, there's Guz.
Four-seam fastball, slider, curveball mix here for Cole Stanton. Four-seamer kind of maxes out at around 90 miles per hour as the balloon is floating and floating.
Is that the same balloon that was escaping? I don't know. Wow, it is, I guess. It must have been floating around here, there, and everywhere.
Have you ever seen the movie It?
It.
Yeah, it's...
Is that the scary one?
It is. There's this balloon that the clown holds. It's a red balloon, though.
I have not, no.
I'm not too into scary movies.
No, but you like it?
I have seen it. You know, I have nightmares at times, so I need to be careful with that. But, yeah. Classic rock night, Jeremy. Any favorite classic rock songs on your end? You a classic rock kind of guy?
Yeah, in general.
Okay.
I'm a liker of most genres of music, I guess.
Same here.
How about you?
I don't know if this crosses over into the classic rock genre. It may be like more along the lines of pop, but I've been dipping into this like 80s, 90s playlist recently, and one of my favorite songs, Tainted Love by Soft Cell.
Okay.
Pretty good one.
That's your pregame jam?
Kinda, yes.
0-1 from Stanton. Dips the curveball, the slider in, I beg your pardon. Off the plate inside, 1-1. Guzman with a walk in the 4th and a strikeout in the 2nd. Tried to hold up The appeal says he did not. It was a 4-pitch walk back in the 5th for Adrian. Did reach base once in the 4th inning of Game 1. They ruled that an error. One, two away. Chris Schneider, one of our fill-in public address announcers here at the USPBL, says Tainted Love is punk rock.
Ooh, okay. Punk rock, so we're in the realm of rock. I feel like it's a little pop-ish as well, but punk, okay, I'll take it.
2-2. Slider in. Wow, what a tough pitch.
That slider can hover up around 80 miles per hour. Goes to the curveball more often than not for his put-away pitches.
A 69% fastball for Cole Stanton. Today challenging the bill on that. Even he with a bit of a smirk. Making that slider work here tonight.
Oof.
Previous one actually might have been a curveball. That was the slider. 0-2 nonetheless. Both breaking balls. Trying to strike out the first 2 batters here in the 6th inning. Just getting a piece of that high 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Loving the pitch sequence here. You noted the slider, then the curve, the bit of a differentiation between the vertical break on those pitches and the speed as well, but then cranks it back up to 92 with the fastball here. Now 0-2.
Little butterfly into right. LeBoy can't get it. Caruso breaks his 0 for 2 with 2 Ks, able to drop in a single for his 2nd professional hit. Graduate of Youngstown State and De La Salle High School locally in Warren, just down the road on Common Road. Seven strikeout combined for Gidley, Kinney, Donovan, and Stanton here tonight. It's all the arms used by the Beavers. For the Mammoths, it's been Thacker, Bridenthal, and Luger. Ledbetter, probably the only other guy that you might see here tonight for the Mammoths. Trying to pad their lead right here. Get an opportunity for their 2nd consecutive save. Rogers came in relief of Jackson Hicks in that first game to get the save. 1-1 slider in for strike 2. Another good outing today for Jackson Hicks. Good to see him bounce back. No runs, 2 hits given up, 1 walk to 6 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Yeah, 3rd time this season for Hicks, not allowing a single earned run. And some length as well to that outing, considering it's only a 6-inning game.
1-2 slider in there, boy. Tough on Noah Moore, his 2nd strikeout here tonight, and 2nd strikeout looking of the inning for Cole Stanton, and he can certainly have that effect. That look right there is something that is conducive after seeing that slider drop its way in.
The higher you get in baseball, the more difficult it becomes to hit a good breaking ball. And we're seeing that on display right now with Stanton.
.91-mile-an-hour fastball as he swings and misses. Stanton coming into play today, 3 walks to 10 Ks. He's pitched in 8 games, all in relief, 10 in the 3rd innings. Another slider wiped out in the dirt. 0-2. Caruso still standing at first base. The 0-2. Try to check his swing. They're looking for the appeal, and the verdict is a no-go. The 1-2 slider, ticking up to 81 that time, has been right around 79 consistently here today. It allows Caruso to scramble to second base.
Wanted to see some of the new names today getting involved, and Caruso appears to be another one that can make an impact.
Pass Mercedes, Caruso around third base, takes a long winding turn, and John Dombrowski says hold.
We'll give him the stop sign there. Bigford, another one who isn't new to the lineup, didn't play a couple of days ago and was very excited to get back in action. The bottom third of the order for the Woolly Mammoths continues to make an impact.
And now Norberto Navarro, who's been on base twice here in game 2, had a walk in the first, hit by pitch in the third inning as well. We'll see A.J. Coleman come out to the mound here. The Westside Woolly Mammoths up 3-1. 3 runs off 4 hits, no errors. 1 run off 5 hits and 1 error on the other side for the Beavers. One more game tomorrow with a 1:05 start. Diamond Hoppers and Unicorns. Well, we wrote out that lineup last night, but didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, well, that should be a fun matchup that we have on display tomorrow, Utica and Eastside.
Colby Johnson, another new face who was slated to bat 9th last night for the Unicorns. Will Crushena was going to bat 6th for Paul Nochi's team and the Hoppers. A lot of exciting guys, certainly on the Unicorns to watch. Drew Galassi has been doing his thing. 13 for 34 start for Drew. 5 home runs. Him and Lamar Briggs might just have a battle now.
That could be fun. Who has more by the All-Star break?
Frankie Luska has been the walk and on-base machine.
Yes.
Will also log in some extra base hits as well with 4 doubles. 2-1 as Navarro pops that one up to the short outfield. Good play out by Regneski behind the second base bag, and that will be it here in the 6th. One last shot for the Beavers, again down 3-1 in this one.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Colin Ledbetter now on the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. The second game has been the game of pitching changes. 4 aside in a 6-inning game. Trying to get these arms in.
Yeah, well, the starters in game 1 kind of made it easy to just let them keep rolling. But I think overall the mindset in the league, as many reps as possible, and we've seen a litany of different arms now, and you combine both sides, almost a bullpen by committee type of close here to the game. We'll see if Ledbetter can wrap things up.
Interestingly enough, Travis McFarling will lead off this 6th inning. He batted second in the bottom of the 6th in game 1 and homered to make things a bit interesting.
Ledbetter, heavy 2-seam and slider mix for him out of the bullpen. Vast majority of stints have been an inning or a little more. Most he's gone so far this year is an inning and a third. Back on June 17th, that was against the Hoppers. Faced just 4 batters in his last outing.
A reminder, you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube. Twitch is our newest platform as well. Would love to see you follow us there in the future as well. McFarland here in game 2. Single, walk. He's piling up the home runs in and itself as well. First pitch clubbed, fouled on the third base line. McFarland, the boy, Mercedes. Your Zach Hart agency, 3 men due up here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
All guys who have made adjustments and tweaks to their game this season in some way or another. Mercedes has kind of had a sparkling day defensively over at third, and McFarland offensively showcasing the power once again today. Talked about LeBoy kind of working on getting his barrel on plane with pitches. We'll see if maybe they have one last gasp here down to their final 3 outs in a 2-run game.
Took something off with the 81-mile-an-hour changeup there.
We've talked about the now kind of what feels like a litany of different bullpen pitchers being utilized from the hitter's perspective. What that's doing in the form of kind of being advantageous for the pitcher is keeping you off balance from a timing standpoint versus seeing the starter.
Popped it up to the outfield. Coming in on that is Lamar Briggs for the first out.
Yeah, versus seeing the starter kind of second, third, fourth time up. So now you're trying to adjust each and every time, which makes the job all the more difficult for an offense that's been struggling. But again, kind of leaving runners on base today early on.
That's now 8 straight outs quietly.
Yeah.
For Mammoths pitching between Bridenthal, Luger, and Ledbetter. Luger was able to work a quick inning, strikeout, line out. So I found this mysterious green flying bug on the bottom of some of my notes here as I was shifting through my papers. He's not moving as I move the paper back and forth. Guzman deep in the hole trying to target it over to first base. Can't quite get it there. And likely be an infield single for LeBoy. That's a weird-looking one, though.
There have been some odd ones that have navigated into the booth. We keep the window open, so we're not the only ones in here.
So it has its wings at the end of its body. Let's see, 6 legs. Green, his antennas moving up and down. I'm going to release him to the outside if he'll go. He's sticking on this paper, though. A little extra boost, and he's gone. Little bunt to Mercedes off his Ledbetter. Targets first base for the second out. Advances LeBoy to second. And now Connor Bagneski is the last chance here in the bottom of the 6th inning in this 6-inning game.
Jeremy, do you happen to know the name of the type of, I guess I should say, scientist that studies insects?
I don't offhand.
Well, I Googled it. Entomologist.
Yeah, okay, entomologist.
Entomologists. It's bioscience and baseball night.
There you go. We should have that night. I'm not sure that's on the schedule.
We could add it.
First pitch away to Connor Bagneski. Last year we had a number of praying mantises that started to show up. There was one right here above my head on this window. There's a couple on the screen. Matt's shaking his head. You don't like praying mantises? What's wrong with a praying mantis? It's not going to bite you. It eats other bugs.
The rally mantis.
Yes, the rally mantis.
That's what the Beavers could use right about now. A 2-out rally mantis.
2-0 outside.
Yeah, we've seen the woolly mammoths do damage today with 2 outs. You've got a runner in scoring position here. Can you try to get something brewing? This is the potential tying run at the plate.
(2-0). Liner foul down the left field line. The worst, though, what you see in some high school press boxes is when the bees and the hornets come out. You've ever experienced that before?
A little bit,
yeah,
yes.
That's not fun.
Never been stung. I don't plan on it anytime soon, Jeremy.
I think I've only been stung once. I feel like I was swinging a baseball bat, too. 2-1 is high, 3-1 on Bagneski.
Hitters count here. Bagneski will have the advantage. Singled his first time up to bat. Stole a base as well. He's an aggressive guy on the base path. So is Christian LeBoy. Over at second right now.
3-1 is lifted foul. Jeff Cav says, I'm the singer of American Ages that plays at some games. You should see the bugs we get on that stage back there, haha. I can imagine right next to the Clinton River there, it's got to be a hatching ground. Of course, not so much maybe in this area, but around this area, you see fish flies once in a while, the mayflies that hatch out of the Lake St. Clair. 3-2 is fouled off. Do you even know what those are?
I have to say, fish flies?
Yes.
Are they large?
No, I mean
Okay.
they're larger than your average fly. So you've never seen a fish fly. See, this is funny because I lived in St. Clair Shores growing up. Here they are. This guy right here.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to describe. I don't know how you describe one.
We'll have to Google search everyone out there.
3-2 is up and away. Bagneski goes to first base. If you want to hear something gross, though.
Do I?
We're in the bottom of the 6th inning of a doubleheader. You're going to hear it.
Okay.
So, around Lake St. Clair, specifically in Lake St. Clair, or St. Clair Shores, Harrison Township, across the water, marinas, etc., downtown St. Clair Shores along Jefferson, maybe even in some parts of Detroit. Here's the first pitch to Collier Rutledge. That's in for strike one. They'll congregate on the road, right? So as people drive on that, you can hear crunching, and that's fish flies. So there you go. What you wanted in your mind at 9:47 at night Eastern Time.
The sounds of St. Clair Shores.
Yes. Here's the 0-1. Off the inner part of the plate. Sometimes the only way to get those bugs off are power washing. You see people doing that too. On their houses or their businesses especially. LeBoy on second, he reached with a single. Begneski with a walk in the sixth. The pitch again whittled off the 92-mile-an-hour fastball. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Got him. Wasn't clear whether that was a tap foul by the home plate umpire's indication, but it was, in fact, a strikeout. Fly out, ground out, strikeout. The 3 outs recorded by Colin Ledbetter. It does break a 8-batter-in-a-row streak, but nonetheless, good job by this Woolly Mammoths pitching staff here tonight. Thacker, Bridenthal, Luger, and Ledbetter all able to hold these Beavers to 1 run and just 2 runs combined in this doubleheader here today. Jason Ross will be with you tomorrow for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers and the Utica Unicorns for an afternoon game here on Superhero Day. We hope to see you at the ballpark. USPBL.com for tickets, or you can walk up as well. Kids run the bases after every game. It's always fun to see you out here on a Sunday. For my broadcast partner, Jason Ross Jr., our whole crew here today, I'm Jeremy Addo. See you next week and tomorrow for some more USPBL action.